Over millions of years, animals have adapted and evolved an arsenal of deadly weapons to hunt, defend, and attack. Teeth, claws, antlers, electricity, stings, camouflage, odor, and poisons are all being used to devastating effect in the animal armory. The most common of these weapons are teeth and claws. Many animals possess them, but seldom are they wielded with such lethal mastery. Crocodiles and wolves are apex predators, using their teeth with terrifying effect, winning them a place at the top of their food chains. In contrast, a simple flick of the baboon's lip to reveal its menacing teeth is enough to strike fear into their enemies, keeping them at bay. Bears and tigers are also infamous for the lethal wounds inflicted by their razor-sharp claws. The owl's talons, though not as devastating in face-to-face combat, are unmatched when employed with stealth to take down their prey, while armored crabs fight and defend what's theirs by cutting and crushing foes in their pincers. Held aloft throughout history as a symbol of courage and strength, few animals instill both fear and wonder like the king of the animal kingdom, the African lion. One of the largest big cats, the lion, was once found throughout Africa and into Southwest Asia. Its hunting skills and way of life placed it at the top of the food chain. Although their numbers are dwindling, thanks to several deadly weapons in their arsenal, lions are still a force to be reckoned with in sub-Saharan Africa. Of these weapons, none are more lethal or fearsome than the lion's teeth. Lions have remarkable jaws that can open to a width of around 11 inches. Despite their reputation as vicious killers, lions spend more time laying around and bonding. Few circumstances find the lion in combat other than to hunt food, protect the pride, or take possession of another pride's territory. A lion has 30 teeth, 12 carnassials, 10 premolars, 4 molars, and 4 canines, with serrations on the back. Apart from the carnassials, the rest of the lion's teeth are conical in shape, designed to tear and rip flesh. Female lions do most of the hunting. Their slimmer, athletic bodies enable them the stealth and speed needed for a successful hunt. The large muscular bulk of the male's powerful body makes them too slow and cumbersome, but perfect for protecting the pride from rogue males looking to topple the alpha, kill his cubs, and take the females for himself. Of all their teeth, the lion's canines are perhaps their most important offensive weapon. They're longer and thicker, growing to approximately 2.4 inches in length. To prevent breaking, the lion's canines are set deep in their skull. They are so strong, during fights with other males, often a lion will pierce through the skull of its foe. Though most male-on-male fights will end without death, the stronger becoming obvious without the need to kill. Whether hunting, defending, or attacking, a lion kills in 2 stages. First, they bring the animal down by jumping on its back, gripping and clawing with their needle-sharp claws to the throat. Once at the throat, the lion instinctively initiates a chokehold, and their canine teeth reveal their deadly purpose. They close the airway of the creature by clamping down on the throat, embedding their canines deep into the flesh. With the serrations on the back of the teeth, it becomes very painful and virtually impossible for the prey to pull out of the hold without losing chunks of its flesh. If that's all the lion's teeth were capable of, they would be remarkable weapons. But inside every tooth are sensitive nerves that, while biting, allow the lion to sense veins and arteries. They quite literally feel the blood flowing inside their prey. Not only does this help the lion know where to bite, it lets it know when their prey's dead. When the blood stops flowing, the kill is complete, and the rest of the teeth can get to work tearing flesh and grinding bone. Sharing 91% of its DNA with humans, and found throughout Ethiopia, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen, the baboon's large fang-like teeth are famous among local cultures as being the personification of evil. Baboons are the largest monkeys on Earth, weighing between 33 and 82 pounds. They're highly adaptable, surviving almost anywhere from the savanna to tropical forests. Being Old World monkeys, they're distinguished by their long noses and specific formation of teeth, allowing them to eat pretty much anything, including fruits, grasses, seeds, bark, roots, and leaves. They also have a taste for meat, including fish and other small animals. Yet baboons aren't natural predators, reluctant to attack anything unless threatened, trapped, having food taken, or their infants threatened. Unlike most primates, they aren't territorial, instead occupying a home range overlapping that of other baboon troops. Things usually remain peaceful, but when it comes to food, sleeping sites, infanticide, and competition for females, fights occur and their teeth are used. Their massive canines are predominantly used to fight other male baboons to gain access to females. But despite their ferocious look, it wasn't a need to defend or hunt that evolved the baboon's oversized fangs, but the need for sex. Despite baboon troops having an alpha male, it's the females who wield the power. They remain with the troop they're born in their entire life, happily fitting into a dominance hierarchy dictated by age and experience. The matriarchs, the oldest females, wield the most power. By contrast, male baboons leave their birth troop in search of another to hopefully become its alpha, but only at the behest of the females. Baboons have very long, extraordinarily sharp teeth. They possess 4 large incisors on the top jaw and another 4 on the bottom. 2 massive canines on the top and bottom, 8 premolars and 12 molars. That's 32 teeth in all. The incisors at the front of the mouth snip off pieces of food. The premolars and molars grind it, while the massive canine teeth between the incisors and molars pierce, tear, and intimidate. Female baboons possess hairless patches of skin around their genital area that swell and turn bright pink when ready to mate, producing smells that arouse males. Tensions mount as they watch each other, using direct eye contact to intimidate, invariably escalating to open-mouthed threats, flipping their top lip to reveal their huge teeth. This is usually enough to keep other males in their place. When they get a whiff of the female's scent, physical combat ensues to decide who is the alpha. Battles can last for days. Their terrific canines sometimes inflicting lethal wounds. To the victor, if they'll have him, goes the right to mate with a harem of females. If not killed, the loser is sent on his way to find another troop and another alpha to test his skills against. Evolving between 235 to 65 million years ago, when dinosaurs roamed the Earth, little has changed with the animal kingdom's oldest and possibly most successful predator, the crocodile. The crocodile can be found at the top of its food chain in rivers, lakes, wetlands, salt and brackish waters throughout the tropics of Africa, Asia, the Americas, and Australia. They are totally carnivorous, with an appetite for fish and other reptiles, birds and mammals. Males will fight other males to gain access to females when mating, but get along for the most part, except for the saltwater variety. They're extremely territorial, highly aggressive, and completely intolerant of other males at any time. Crocodiles possess many weapons in their armory: tough skin, fantastic hearing, and a fast swim, to name but a few. But what they all have in common is a deadly, nearly inescapable weapon. Powerful jaws full of lethal teeth. Crocodiles are ambush predators, waiting patiently over long periods of time for aquatic creatures or land animals to venture nearby. Once in range, they rush their quarry with a terrifying surprise attack. They are the top predators in their environment and have been observed killing other major predators, including sharks and big cats. The saltwater crocodile, the largest of the species, has between 65 and 67 teeth, with around 18 on each side of the top jaw and 15 on either side of the lower jaw, intermeshing perfectly when closed. The jaw itself has a bulge on either side. These are the muscles giving strength to one of the world's most powerful jaws. Once the surprise attack is initiated, the crocodile latches onto their prey with a powerful bite of 3,700 pounds of pressure per square inch, easily enough to crush the shell of a turtle or a pig's skull. Their teeth have evolved to be large and conical in shape and extremely sharp, designed for penetration and gripping flesh. Unlike the teeth of other large predators, crocodile teeth are no good for tearing flesh, but perfect for holding onto prey, with little possibility of the creature escaping. Once in their jaws, the crocodile continues to crush the creature, rolling over and over to drown it, then swallowing it whole. Despite the carnage a crocodile's teeth and jaws are capable of, they can also take delicate action by picking up and rolling their unhatched eggs in their mouth, gently squeezing them until they hatch. Once hatched, they transport their young inside their mouths, ferrying them to the water for their first swim. A powerful symbol to ancient cultures, heralding protection, strength, and cunning. The wolf is famous for its howl, striking both fear and inspiration into those hearing it. But it's the wolf's teeth that allow them to be the fierce killers they are. The grey wolf was once common across North America, Eurasia, and the Middle East. Due to their skills as elite hunters, a taste for livestock, and the reduction of habitat, humans have reduced their distribution to only a fraction of what it was. Within a wolf pack, there's an alpha male and female. They lead and breed. The beta wolves are second in the hierarchy, with the omegas in the lowest position. A pack can range from 2 to 36 wolves, but averages out to around 6 dogs. They are highly territorial, establishing ranges much larger than they require to survive. Wolves will viciously defend their territory from other packs. If scent marking and howling doesn't keep others at bay, they will attack directly. The wolf has 42 teeth, with 20 in the upper jaw, 6 incisors, 2 canines, 8 premolars and 4 molars, and 22 in the lower, 6 incisors, 2 canines, 8 premolars and 6 molars. Their canine teeth can grow to as long as 2 inches. Wolves mainly prey on caribou, elk, deer, moose, and bison. They're very social, but single wolves or mated pairs generally have more success in hunting than large packs. A single wolf has been observed taking down large prey like moose, bison, and musk oxen completely unaided. A wolf hunt is divided into 5 stages. Locating the prey through hearing and smell, then stalking the prey, concealing themselves to get as close as possible. If the wolf is detected, the prey will either approach, stand its ground, or flee. On approach or standing its ground, the wolf will attack. Large prey will be attacked from the rear and side, biting large chunks of flesh from the soft perineum, causing a huge amount of blood loss. 3 bites in this area is sufficient to cause death. Wolves have strong jaws, delivering a force of 1,500 pounds per square inch, with extremely sharp teeth that are slightly curved. This allows a strong grip on their prey and the ability to break bones, accessing the soft marrow inside. Its incisors cut flesh. The canine grabs hold, while the premolars slice and molars crush, allowing the wolf to eat virtually the entirety of its prey, leaving very little waste. As we've seen, teeth are used for far deadlier purposes than just chewing food to be swallowed. The lions can literally feel the blood pumping through their victim. A baboon's look is fearsome. The crocodile's teeth are so deadly that once latched onto a victim, it's virtually impossible for them to escape. And the wolves are so efficient They not only bring down much larger prey, they allow the wolf to consume the entirety of the carcass, flesh and bone. As impressive as they are, teeth are not the only weapons animals use in the wild. Whether you can call them talons or claws, most mammals, reptiles and birds possess them, used for a variety of tasks, from digging to climbing. It's a select few who have the ability to wield them as a deadly weapon to hunt for their prey, defend their young, or claim a mate. Since prehistoric times, from the UK throughout Europe, Asia, and into the Americas, the bear has been worshipped and immortalized in myth and fable to become the official symbol of several countries around the world. There are 8 different species of bear throughout North America, South America, Europe, and Asia. The 8 species of bear share similar physical characteristics, including long snouts, shaggy hair, large bodies, and stocky legs. They also possess plantar-grade paws with non-retractable claws for fighting and defending. Bears are solitary animals, except in times of courting. They're generally active during the day, but have been known to go about their business at night. Brown bears feed on vegetation, small land mammals, and fish. They possess a particularly voracious appetite for salmon. They're the dominant predator in the environment, completely unthreatened apart from human beings who have hunted them for sport or out of fear. The grizzly bear, a subspecies of the brown bear, easily dominates any animal in its territory. Other apex predators like wolves and cougars know this and will surrender their prey without a fight. Grizzly bears generally avoid people, but their temperament can easily swing if cornered, surprised, or their cubs are threatened. A mother bear will not hesitate to defend her offspring from other animals, including other bears. They stand up to 4 feet when on all fours, and between 5 and 8 feet when standing on their hind legs. Despite poor eyesight, they have a super keen sense of smell, their main tracking tool when hunting prey or foraging for food. The enormous shoulder muscles of the grizzly bear, coupled with immensely strong forearms, giant paws, and razor-sharp claws, growing up to 6 inches. Bear claws are not just used to inflict death. They are also used to turn over rocks, rip bark from trees, and tear open logs in the search for insects to eat. The claw's shape will differ according to the type of bear. Climbing bears, like black bears, have very strong curved claws to grip tree bark, while digging bears, like grizzlies, are long and straight. Polar bears have curved claws that are sharp and strong to not just catch and hold prey, but provide traction on slick ice. The polar bear has 4 large paws, each with 5 toes with long claws that are around 2 inches long. The front claws are much longer. However, the back paws themselves are larger for stability when the bear stands on their hind legs. The entire design of both front and back paws and claws enable the bear to run fast, climb trees, and swim. The polar bear and Alaskan Kodiak bear are the largest carnivores on Earth. measuring often in excess of 9 feet and weighing more than 1,500 pounds. With no real natural enemies, the only conflict bears have is amongst themselves. Males will battle other males for territory and the right to mate by standing on their hind legs and shoving each other. When things get overheated, they swing their huge paws at each other, doing considerable damage with their claws. The victorious male then has to compete with a female bear. If she already has cubs, the male will try to kill them, ensuring the survival of his genes. But if he thought the battle with the other male was hard, he has little chance of besting an angry mother bear. If hunting, the bear prefers to ambush rather than stalk, hiding and patiently waiting until their quarry's within range, then rushing and swiping it with its claws, killing it with one mighty blow. When the salmon runs, it's one of the only instances these bears tolerate each other's company, knowing there is plenty of fish for everyone to gorge themselves on. In the regions where bears are found, they dominate all other animals. But birds have little to fear, particularly the owl, who not only share their same territory, but also use their claws as a weapon. In Western culture, the owl symbolizes wisdom, but throughout Africa and for many Native Americans, they were the harbingers of death. It's easy to understand why when you witness an owl's claws in full effect. Raptors are birds of prey that include eagles, hawks, ospreys, and owls. Owls are nocturnal predators, possessing binocular vision and binaural hearing. They are solitary birds designed for silent flight, and with sharp talons for hunting and defending. There are many species of owl found on every continent except Antarctica. And they vary greatly in size. The heaviest and largest winged are the Blackiston fish owl and Eurasian eagle owl, weighing 10 pounds, possessing a wingspan of 6.6 feet. Owls are totally carnivorous, with a diet consisting of insects and rodents, with a few species specifically adapted to hunt fish. All are incredible hunters with varying skills depending on their environment, but most characteristics are shared amongst all species. Amazing sight and hearing to quickly locate prey. Their hunting strategy is reliant on stealth and surprise, and thanks to their unique wings and camouflage, few creatures hear or see an owl coming. The owl has 4 toes on each foot. While in flight or perching, 3 toes face forward, and 1 longer claw, the hallux, faces backwards. When clutching prey, The outer front toe on each foot swivels to face backwards, like the hallux, granting a firmer grip around their prey. When an owl catches its quarry, it pushes the hallux through the creature's body. If that's not enough to kill it, the immense crushing power of their talons makes short work of the creature's skull. The owl then swallows the creature whole if it's not too big, otherwise ripping it apart using its beak and claws. The great horned owl, potentially the world's most dangerous owl, grips with a force of around 500 psi. That's equal to the bite of a German shepherd dog, 5 times stronger than that of a human hand. The front middle talon of the great horned owl possesses an extra cutting edge to tear its prey asunder. In order to withstand their high-impact hunting, owls' feet have evolved to be bonier, shorter, and stronger than most other birds. The underside of their feet are covered with a rough, knobbly surface to help grip and perch. Owls also possess a locking-like ratchet in their feet, keeping the claws locked around their prey, making escape impossible. Other than hunting, owls use their talons to defend their nest, becoming fiercely territorial during spring and summer, while they have young. When an intruder ventures too close, owls will dive bomb feet first, smashing into the creature with their claws, instinctively aiming for the head or face, regardless of the animal's size. People take them as totems, put them on their flags, and embrace them as mascots for their favorite sporting teams. Few creatures are as charismatic as the tiger, and few creatures wield weapons as deadly as the tiger's claws. Tigers were once common across Asia, from Turkey to the east coast of Russia, but thanks to human interference, are now only found from India to Southeast Asia and southeastern Siberia. They are few in numbers and highly endangered. They're territorial creatures, usually solitary, but can also be quite social. Females tend to be accepting of other females, while male tigers are likely to be intolerant of other males in their territory. When territorial disputes flare up, they're often resolved through displays of intimidation rather than physical combat. The submissive tiger will yield by rolling on its back, presenting its belly to the dominant male. After this, the dominant male will be more accepting, as long as it stays out of its way. Sometimes, with the heavy damage a tiger's claw can inflict, these confrontations will end in death. Tigers are apex predators and master hunters with a taste for deer and bovids. They are mainly nocturnal, but have been observed hunting during the day and usually hunt alone. They stalk their prey, attempting to remain undetected. On a successful approach, the tiger will ambush the creature, overpowering it with its immense size and strength. In short bursts, tigers can travel at speeds of up to 35 miles per hour. They must be in close proximity for its ambush to succeed. If spotted too soon, the tiger will disengage from the hunt rather than chase it down or confront the animal head-on. By using this method, a single tiger can take down water buffalo weighing over 2,200 pounds. Their limbs and claws are so powerful, attacks have been recorded where a single swipe is enough to break the skull of domestic cattle. This is possible due to a few reasons. The bones in the tiger's front legs are strong and dense, supporting the massive muscles attached to them. And the bones in their feet are connected by tight ligaments, buffering any impact. Tiger claws are retractable like any cat's. Ligaments hold them in a protective sheath, remaining retracted when not in use to ensure they remain sharp. Tigers' claws grow up to 4 inches in length. Each paw has 4 claws and a special claw located farther back on the front feet. This is the dew claw and functions much like a human thumb. The other claws being curved grants the tiger an incredible grasp, permitting them to hold large prey and climb trees head first. Despite the curved claws making climbing up trees very easy, climbing down is a little more difficult. They must either crawl backwards or jump, making them the most inferior climbers of the cat family. The dew claw doesn't make contact with anything while walking, so over time, they become incredibly long and sharp. The perfect weapon to hold down prey. A tiger will also use their claws to mark their territory by scratching trees, ripping at them repeatedly, leaving deep marks on the trunk. Secretions from between the claws leave deposits easily smelled by other tigers, as a warning as to whose territory it is. On land, the tiger is probably the most famous creature for the use of their incredible claws. But in the water, that belongs to the crab. Humans have always been fascinated with the crab. From naming constellations, pulsar and nebulas in the skies, to depicting them in the art of ancient cultures. Even coming to the aid of heroes like Hercules as he battled the Hydra. Crabs are found all over the world. They reside in oceans, bodies of fresh water, and on land. They are even found in volcanic vents, thousands of feet below the ocean surface and under the ice of Antarctica. Like lobsters and prawns, they are decapods with 10 limbs, 8 of which are walking legs. Many crabs have flat bodies, allowing them to crawl into tight crevices. Generally, they're covered in a thick exoskeleton with 2 front limbs, armed with a pair of pincer-like claws called chelae. Each chelae have 2 fingers, one fixed and another movable called a dactyl. Usually the right claw is bigger and blunt, used for crushing, while the left claw is smaller and sharp for cutting. The size of the muscle attached to the claw indicates how forceful its pinch is and the damage it will cause. But a crab's claws are not merely used for combative purposes. They also use them to communicate by drumming and waving, particularly when it's time to mate, a function not reliant on the power of its pinch. Fully aquatic species attract mates through the release of pheromones, while terrestrial and semi-terrestrial crabs implement visual, acoustic, and vibratory cues. Female fiddlers have 2 small claws they use to eat microscopic food. But the male fiddler crab has 1 chelae larger than the other, so large it constitutes half its body weight. When it's time to mate, he'll rhythmically wave his claw to attract the attention of females and threaten other males. The males of most crab species will battle each other for access to females. Some crabs are solitary, while other species live in groups, working together, providing food and protection for the family. But on the crowded rocky seashores, where competition for caves and crevices is fierce, crabs will fight over real estate. They're omnivores and eat pretty much anything, including algae, mollusks, worms, fungi, bacteria and detritus, even other crustaceans. This mix of food allows for the fastest growth and ultimate fitness. Some species require a more specialized diet, eating only plankton or shellfish. Some crabs will only eat fish. They have many predators, including seagulls, sea otters, octopi, fish, and humans. But their claws are an effective defense, capable of inflicting substantial damage, like the chelae of the Australian mud crab. They are big, fast, and strong, making them very dangerous. Crabs often lose claws in battle, but possess the nifty trick of growing new, fully functional replacements. Most crabs use their claws to fight, but there's one species that uses them to hide and disguise itself, even augmenting its own defense. The small boxer crab carries a pair of stinging anemones in its claws to fool predators. If the ruse fails, the predator has to deal with the painful, perhaps lethal stings of the anemones, along with the damage the crab's claws has inflicted. Many creatures have teeth and claws, including human beings. Unlike the teeth of the lion and crocodile, Ours are now too small and fragile to bite into anything tougher than an overcooked steak. Dentistry has allowed the flash of our teeth to be a pleasant greeting to others, the complete opposite of a baboon's threatening grin. We are reliant on the butcher for our meat. We even cut it up with a knife and fork before chewing it. Far less superior than a wolf's teeth, tearing and grinding down all the flesh and bone till there is nothing left. Our claws have evolved to be soft, used for nothing more than to scratch an itch. They are quite irrelevant to our survival, not like the bear, who depends on their ability to rip open logs or the intestines of an animal. The owl's talons not only grip the food they need, they kill it. The tiger relies on theirs being razor sharp to maintain his place at the top of the food chain. Male crabs not just communicate with their claws, they wave them about to find a mate. Human beings have adapted to becoming the dominant force on the planet. Where we have evolved intellectually, animals continue to evolve physically, granting them the powerful weaponry found in the animal armory. Using melee and brawl in combat isn't merely the domain of humans. Many animals also wield these fighting styles with deadly effect. Elk grow and lose antlers year in and year out, but not before they are used as protection from both predators and rival males vying for the right to mate. The mighty bison rules the American plains thanks to their thunderous stampedes, incredible headbutts, and lethal horns. Rhinoceros beetles wield unique horns they use to flip and throw opponents. Bighorn sheep battle each other for mating rights by charging at each other and smashing their heads together repeatedly for hours. They use a strike that would instantly kill a person. The mantis shrimp possesses an attack faster than a speeding bullet, which allows them to take down creatures much larger in size. The kangaroo, in its many forms, has few predators due to its muscular legs and tail, which grants it the ability to not only bound away from danger at blistering speeds, but present a series of deadly kicks when threatened. Although an ostrich never goes looking for a fight, its long legs and clawed toes means it can outrun most foes and kill with a disemboweling kick when cornered. Bush turkeys show little fear when confronted by most animals, while the silverback gorilla aggressively defends his troop from predators and other apes with the ability to wrestle and strike using the strength of 20 adult men. Across all the world's continents, animals' ability to melee and brawl can mean the difference between life and death on nature's battleground. From carvings in cave walls to the use of its antlers for their great health benefits, the elk has been spiritually revered for thousands of years. As great as its medicine is claimed to be, it's nowhere near as powerful or deadly as the elk's antlers. The elk, or wapiti, is native to North America and Eastern Asia, where they are one of the largest subspecies of red deer. Adapted to diverse habitats, the elk can withstand long winters in open plains and woodlands. Male elks are called bulls or stags, while females are cows or hind. A cow can weigh up to 643 pounds, elk can stand up to 4.9 feet at the shoulder, while being up to 8.8 feet long. Bulls tend to be 10% larger, weighing up to 1,100 pounds. Elk can be found in and around forests, feeding on grass, plants, leaves, and bark. Other than their size, the most striking feature of the elk is their large antlers, possessed only by bulls. Made of bone, antlers begin growing in spring at a rate of nearly an inch a day. While elks are growing, their antlers are covered by a layer of skin called velvet. In summer, when the antlers have fully developed, the velvet sheds. As the mating season begins, elks venture out from their single-sex groups, and the males compete for the female's attention. Challenges are displayed through bellowing and paralleling each other, by walking back and forth, and by assessing each other's antlers, body size, and ability to fight. Often at this point, one of the bulls, usually the younger or smaller elk, will back down. But if both stand their ground, they'll engage in antler wrestling, a deadly show of strength that can cause serious injury. With harems of 5 to over 20 cows, depending on environmental factors, dominant bulls defend their harems from other bulls and predators. In North America, predators include coyote packs and cougars, who will mostly hunt calves, while wolves and brown, black, and grizzly bears have also been known to prey on elk. Whereas in Asia, the elk's natural predators include wolves, brown bears, dhole, Siberian tigers, amur, snow leopards, lynx, and boars. Elk antlers grow from two pedicles in the bull's head, which are bone follicles covered in skin. They begin growing as layers of cartilage that eventually mineralize into bone. They grow underneath the velvet that protects and carries blood to the growing bone tissue. Young bulls only have slim, unbranched antlers called spikes, which can be up to 20 inches long. Over the course of 7 years, those spikes will evolve into fully fledged antlers with up to 8 tines. Weighing as much as 40 pounds, the antlers can reach a length and spread of more than 4 feet. Large antlers are also a sign that a bull can aptly defend themselves from other bulls and predators. When mating has ended and the antlers shed, elk return to their single-sex groups. The cows remain together and the bulls form herds amongst themselves for safety while they grow their new weapons. Often mistaken for buffalo, the mighty bison once thundered across the American plains in their millions. But due to human interference, their numbers have dwindled. Despite this, they are still formidable as the heaviest land creatures in North America. Throughout history, 6 species of bison have been recognized. Of those 6, 4 are now extinct. The 2 remaining species are the North American bison and the European bison. American bison are the most numerous and found in North America, while the European bison were successfully reintroduced into the wild after becoming extinct. Like the elk, male and female bisons are called bulls and cows, and are the largest terrestrial animals found in America and Europe. They stand up to 6.5 feet at the shoulder and can weigh over a ton. Bison are nomadic grazers, known for roaming great distances in herds, eating as they move. They are good swimmers, able to traverse rivers half a mile wide. At around the age of 2 or 3 years, bulls leave their mothers and join a small male herd, which are usually much smaller than the female-dominated ones, or they remain solitary. Bison appear to be big, docile creatures with no care for what's happening around them. Some might even perceive them to be lazy. The bison's temperament is highly unpredictable. They may attack someone or something without warning or reason. Moving at speeds of up to 40 miles per hour, bison cover long distances with a thumping gallop. When observing the bison, its most obvious weapon are the horns on its head, borne by both males and females. The horns of the European bison differ to that of its American relative. This affects their fighting style, as they interlock their horns rather than headbutting. Both bison's horns are black, short, curved, and sharp. They can grow to anywhere between 23 and 29 inches. Whether interlocking horns or butting their heads, both species of bison charge their targets. With a typical weight of 2,000 pounds and running at a speed of 35 miles per hour, these massive beasts effectively use momentum to inflict maximum damage on their chosen target. In North America, bison are considered highly dangerous, with recorded charges at humans who have ventured too close. Bison are thought to be savage animals, with no fear of any other creature. Mating season runs from June through to September, with most activity in July and August. This is when the mature bulls rejoin the herd and fight amongst themselves, butting heads to gain the female's attention. It's at this time when bison are at their most belligerent, unpredictable, and dangerous. Their defensive strategy is usually to stampede away from a threat. But when they have to defend themselves or fight for mating rights, they will jump from a standing position and spin around on their feet. This increases the chances of impaling the challenger on their horns. The prize is great, and there can only be one winner. Famous for being sacred to the ancient Egyptians and made into amulets still popular today, scarabs are a family of beetles consisting of over 30,000 species. The largest and strongest of these is the mighty rhinoceros beetle family. The rhinoceros beetle is found on every continent except for Antarctica. They're abundant herbivores with over 300 species, well known for their unique shapes and giant sizes, earning them colloquial names like the elephant beetle, unicorn beetle, and Hercules beetle. These are among the largest beetles in the world, with some reaching more than 6 inches in length. Despite their massive size and fearsome looks, they are quite harmless, with no stings or bites. However, they are certainly not a lightweight in the insect world. A rhino beetle can lift up to 850 times their own weight, making them, comparatively speaking, the strongest animal in the world. Each species has its own distinctive horns. The Hercules beetle has a unique horn that curves down from its back and another up from its head. The caliper beetle has a narrow horn with a serrated edge, which it uses to lift and shove. The Japanese rhino beetle has an upward curving horn with a fork on the end, which it uses to slide under, lift and twist its foe off the branch. These dangerous-looking weapons aren't used to defend against predators, nor are they used to hunt prey. They serve for digging and food foraging, and when fighting other males when it's time to mate. A rhino beetle's best protection is their size and the fact they are nocturnal. This allows them to avoid most predators that hunt during the day, at which time they hide under logs or among vegetation where they are camouflaged. When all else fails, the rhino beetle will dig its way to safety, using its horn to bury itself underground and away from harm. If disturbed, they will emit a loud hissing squeak to scare off any would-be predators. These sounds are made by the beetle rubbing its abdomen against its wing covers. During the rainy months is when the rhino beetles mate. The females, who don't possess any horns at all, release pheromones, which arouse the males, who begin to get very aggressive, laying claim to feeding sites, often in trees. The best feeding sites are bombarded by males who need them to attract the females. If more than one male claims the site, they begin to fight. When two males fight, they use their horns in a combination of grabbing, throwing, and shoving, aiming to throw their rival off tree branches, trunks, or whatever they are tussling on in a bid to control access to females. An adult rhino beetle is covered with a thick exoskeleton that works like armor. Underneath are a thick pair of wings on top of another finer set of wings. This allows the beetles to fly, but due to its massive size, not terribly efficiently. Rhino beetles are very resilient. Depending on the species, they can live between a few months and even up to a few years. Females will produce around 50 eggs and give life to the next generation of these supreme insect wrestlers. The tribe of Native Americans, called Absaluka or Crow people, told stories of a boy whose demonically possessed father tried to kill him. He was saved when bighorn sheep granted him power, wisdom, strength, and heart. To this day, these attributes are associated with this resilient species. Native to North America, there are three distinct subspecies: the Sierra Nevada, desert, and Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep. Complete herbivores, male bighorn are called ram and can weigh on average up to 300 pounds. They stand 3.5 feet tall at the shoulder and 6.5 feet long. Females, better known as ewes, tend to be somewhat smaller. The Rocky Mountain variety are the largest, sometimes weighing in excess of 279 pounds, whereas a Sierra Nevada bighorn can grow to 220 pounds. Bighorns get their name from the massive curved horns on their head. Their horns can weigh up to 30 pounds and are unique to rams. The ewe's horns are shorter and less curved. Male bighorn sheep skulls have 2 layers and have evolved to possess large horn cores, enlarged cornua, front sinuses, and internal bony septa. They have adapted in such a way to absorb any impact and protect the brain. The horns of older rams can be up to 3 feet long and 1 foot in circumference at the base. Preferring mountainous slopes and foothill country near rugged rocky cliffs, they are well adapted. With toenails modified for climbing rocky terrain, they seek protection from predators for their young. In their groups, bighorn sheep face different directions to keep watch of their surroundings. Their eyes are wide set, providing a large arc of vision. Their keen eyesight, hearing, and sense of smell are what helps them detect and avoid predators. Bighorn of all ages are preyed upon by cougar, who are best equipped with the agility to handle the rocky terrain that the sheep prefer. The protection granted by their skulls and horns are needed when bighorn defend themselves, charging with the intent to smash with their head and horns. The rams will try to establish their dominance over other males, leading up to mating season, also known as a rut. The challenger will antagonize the other ram with kicks and licks until one walks away, seemingly submitting, in a posture known as the low stretch. After a short distance, the seemingly submissive ram will turn and face the challenger and charge. Their skulls smash together at a force of 21 miles per hour, at a speed that would instantly kill a human. The clash of horn and skull is so hard it can be heard echoing through the mountains as the rams batter each other over and over. These fights can last for hours until one of the rams submits and walks away. Their remarkable skulls keep them from serious injury, and their horns are dangerous, effective weapons. However, they remain on the endangered species list, fighting for survival in their mountain habitats. As we've seen, Animals that use melee for attack or defense can be some of the most amazing fighters in the animal kingdom. The antlers of a full-grown male elk are wielded with the precision of a master swordsman. The bison's strength, speed and horns are so mighty, it's considered one of the most dangerous creatures on 2 continents. The rhino beetle has developed unique tools to toss rival males from the branch they fight on. And bighorn sheep, strong with keen senses and a skull that can endure hours of cracking headbutting with a force that would kill a human. It is an impressive armory that has enabled these animals to continue surviving. But other animals have an armory just as formidable. Australians call them prawn killers, and sometimes thumb splitters, due to the painful gashes they can create if incorrectly handled. They are more widely known as the mantis shrimp, and despite their tiny size, they carry a deadly arsenal of weaponry. Found in oceans the world over, with more than 400 species, the mantis shrimp is one of the most important predators found in shallow, tropical marine habitats. Most grow to around 2 to 5 inches in length, but some can grow as big as 15 inches, with colors ranging from shades of brown to vivid, almost fluorescent hues. They are deadly predators, sporting powerful claws that they use to attack prey, often killing it with a single strike. Highly aggressive, the mantis shrimp are solitary creatures, rarely leaving their burrows except to feed or relocate. They hunt in a couple of different ways, by either hiding and waiting to ambush, or chasing their quarry down and killing them. Their method of killing is determined by the type of mantis shrimp, of which there are 2, smashers and spearers. Smashers have developed a club used to literally punch, bash, smash or bludgeon their foe to death. Spearers wield spiny appendages with barbed tips they use to impale and snag their prey. Both types strike by quickly unfolding and swinging their club or spear claws towards their prey at an incredible speed, faster than a shot from a .22 caliber rifle. In order to attack with such force without breaking their clubs or spears, mantis shrimp have evolved a special shock-absorbent core, its structure molecularly different to any other animal. It's called a Bouligand structure, and it keeps cracks in the shrimp's own body from becoming full breaks. With this, it can punch over and over without ever breaking. The strike from the smasher is employed with such velocity, it generates cavitation bubbles. The collapse of these bubbles produces a force against their prey, which, when combined with the impact of the club or spear appendage, produces 2 points of impact. Even if the first strike misses, the force of the bubble collapsing is often enough to stun or sometimes kill the creature. In fact, the mantis shrimp's attack is so quick, theoretically, it could punch 50 times in a single blink of a human eye. Spearers prefer the meat of softer creatures like fish or squid, which are easier to slice and snag with their barbed claw. It's not only prey they employ these deadly weapons against. Mantis shrimp have always displayed a habit of ritualized fighting against each other. Not only does the mantis shrimp have one of the world's most deadly attacks, it has the greatest eyesight. It can see ultraviolet and polarized light with trinocular vision. These creatures can also live up to 3 years in the wild. They may be tiny, but mantis shrimps are one of the strongest creatures in the world. However, the biggest risk to their population is human impact upon the ocean. The well-known symbol of Australia, appearing on its coat of arms, currency, and used as a mascot for several companies and sporting teams. The kangaroo is an important aspect of Australian culture, embodying its drive to always go forward and never take a backward step. It is estimated there are over 30 million kangaroos in Australia. Colloquially, groups of roos are known as mobs. Males are also called bucks, boomers or jacks, while the females are known as does, flyers or jills. Their large feet and strong hind legs allow them to hop, while their tails help them keep balance. Females, like other marsupials, raise their young in a pouch. Red kangaroos are the largest marsupials in the world and can be found in the arid centre of Australia. They can be as tall as 6 feet 7 inches and weigh 200 pounds. The eastern greys are the most abundant type of kangaroo, covering the eastern part of the country, from the top of Cape York to Tasmania. In a suitable habitat, it's not unusual to see 50 roos per square mile, if not more. With males appearing similar in colour to red kangaroos, antilopine wallaroos are closely related to their larger cousins. They are distinctive due to their enlarged nasal passages, allowing them to release more heat in warmer climates. Kangaroos are the only large animals in the world to employ hopping as a means of locomotion. While red kangaroos have an average speed of 16 miles per hour, they can move up to 43 miles per hour over short distances. As deserts gradually replaced forests in Australia, kangaroos evolved a need to travel long distances on little energy. Hopping was a fast, energy-efficient solution to this problem. Kangaroos have few natural predators, other than dingoes and crocodiles in Australia's north. Introduced species like foxes may also pose a threat. All species of kangaroos fight. Their fights can be brief or long and serve as practice. In competitive circumstances, the encounters are usually brief. Both sexes fight for various reasons, but the long ritualized fighting or boxing is mainly performed by the males. Males fight near females when it's time to mate, while the larger males in consorts don't involve themselves. Ritualized fights can occur suddenly when males graze together. Usually preceded by two males scratching and grooming each other, they then adopt a high stance, with one challenging the other by grabbing their neck with their paws. Large males usually reject challenges from smaller ones, but when combat occurs, they retain their high-standing posture and paw each other's heads, shoulders and chest, while locking forearms and wrestling to push each other off balance. During these moments, kangaroos will lean back on their strong tails and kick each other in the abdomen. Victors are declared when a kangaroo stops fighting and retreats, or the winner can push the loser backwards down onto the ground. These furious kicking hand-to-hand battles establish dominance among males, displacing the loser from the prime resting sites. He must retreat and try his superb armory against the victor another time. When threatened, ostriches run. However, their powerful long legs can be formidable weapons, capable of killing a potential predator, like a lion with a forward kick. The ostrich is the largest living species of any bird. They are flightless and native to the African continent. During the winter months, they're either in small groups or alone. But during mating, they gather in nomadic groups of up to 100 birds, led by a top hen or female ostrich, grazing with other animals like zebra and antelope. Territorial fights between males can erupt during mating season for access to harems of 2 to 7 females. These battles are usually short. Ostrich don't fight each other like they do predators and threats. Instead, they combat each other by smashing their heads together, which can easily cause death. Many believe that ostriches bury their heads in the sand. However, this is untrue, and may originate from their defensive behavior of pressing their necks to the ground in an attempt to hide. Their main weapons are their legs, propelling the bird to running speeds of 43 miles per hour, the fastest land speed of any bird. The legs of an ostrich are unfeathered with bare skin. The tarsus, the lowest upright part of the leg, is covered in scales, the largest of any living bird, measuring up to 8 inches in length. Other birds possess 3 toes on each foot, but the ostrich only has 2, with a nail on the larger inner toe resembling a hoof. Their wings reach a span of 6 feet 7 inches, with a wing chord measurement of 35 inches. Their wings are used during mating displays, to shade chicks and help balance themselves during quick maneuvers while running. It's hard to avoid their looks that appear rather sinister with their unflinching expression. In fact, their large eyes are a perfect defensive weapon, a very useful feat given they share their savanna habitat with fearsome predators. When a predator is spotted, an ostrich will choose one of 2 responses: run away or lie flat on the ground and hide. When their heads and necks are pressed to the ground, from a distance they look like a mound of earth. Some predators choose to attack the ostrich nest for eggs, rather than the actual birds. In these circumstances, the parents will create a distraction to lure them away. If everything fails, they opt for a direct assault, again kicking the threat, causing injury or death. Their supreme armory is again a good reason for most predators to back off from the fight. Commonly found throughout the Australian states of Queensland and New South Wales, from bushland to suburbia, is the often annoying and always confronting brush turkey. The Australian brush turkey, with its mainly black body plumage, bare red head, yellow throat wattle, and laterally flattened tail, is a very common mound-building bird in Australia. Leading up to the mating season, the male's wattle enlarges and their heads brighten in colour. They build large mounds on the ground, consisting of leaves, other compostable material, and earth. These mounds can be as high as 6.5 feet and as wide as 13 feet. The female will examine mounds for the best quality before choosing where to lay her eggs. During the mound construction process, the brush turkeys also find food such as insects, seeds, and fallen fruits. During their foraging, by scratching and raking the ground, they help to aerate the soil and supply it with the vital nutrients that help the regeneration of the environment. To protect themselves from predators such as dingoes, cats, or goannas, brush turkeys form roosting groups in trees. But it doesn't mean that they avoid all threats. When personally threatened, the brush turkey chooses to flee. But when predators seek the eggs in their mounds, they will attack. Their only option in combat is to ferociously peck with their beaks, hopefully scaring the creature and chasing the threat away. Goannas sometimes have scars on their tails from being chased by a brush turkey after an unsuccessful assault on the nest. In a cruel twist of fate, brush turkeys cease looking after their young as soon as they hatch, with the chicks then having to fend for themselves. Brush turkeys are vulnerable and only defend themselves when in grave danger. But the population, once almost extinct, is now expanding throughout Australia. Found in the tropical and subtropical forests of Central Africa are the ground-dwelling, predominantly plant-eating apes called gorillas. Gorillas are the world's largest primates. They are one of our closest living relatives. They mainly get around by knuckle walking, but will sometimes walk on two legs for short distances, either when carrying something or for defensive reasons. Adult male gorillas, usually no younger than 15 years old, are called silverbacks, taking their name from the silver hair on their back and hips. They can weigh up to 440 pounds, stand up to 6 feet tall, and possess an arm span of 8.5 feet. Gorillas live in troops, often consisting of one silverback, several adult females, and their offspring. Gorillas have larger muscles in their arms than in their legs, which can serve as extraordinarily powerful weapons. This is primarily due to the fact that they use their increased arm strength for bending and gathering foliage they live on. They inhabit wide-ranging territories, so competition for food amongst each other is rare. Gorillas rarely drink water, usually gaining enough fluids from succulent vegetation and morning dew. Sometimes, troops will have younger males known as blackbacks, who lack the silver hair and are subordinate to the silverback. The bonds between the females and the silverback are what the whole dynamic of the troop is based on. But it doesn't mean aggression between sexes doesn't occur. However, rarely is anyone hurt. The silverback is at the center of the troop, making all decisions, mediating conflicts, determining where they travel, feeding sites, and taking responsibility for everyone's safety. When the group is attacked by any predator, an individual silverback will take it upon himself to protect the group, even if it means the loss of his own life. Confronted with a foe, he will stand tall, beat his chest, and hoot and threaten the challenger before charging at the threat, giving the rest of the troop an opportunity to flee to safety. Silverback gorillas have incredible strength, 5 to 6 times stronger than a human being. They have short, bulky bodies with wide, muscular chests, powerful shoulders, and very long arms. Their power comes from their low center of gravity, coupled with extraordinarily large muscles across the chest, shoulders, and into the upper limbs. When two troops of gorilla engage in battle, or a silverback challenges another for the alpha position in the troop, they will engage in combat, sometimes to the death. They wrestle, tussling with each other, grabbing at each other's arms, sides, shoulders, or anything they can to throw their opponent to the ground. If lucky, the losing opponent will be able to run away. If not, he will die. The ability to melee and brawl is often the difference between life and death, not just for animals, but historically for humans as well. Where human beings created swords and weapons to wield, evolution has granted the elk 2 fearsome weapons on the very top of its head. Their antlers not only provide a means by which to impress potential mates, they grant the male elk a deadly weapon to defend themselves from predators and rival bulls. Despite the human skull being one of the strongest bones in the body, it's nothing compared to the skull of the mighty bison. We must train for the strength to lift and throw another person. Different types of rhino beetle grow unique horns they use to throw rival males from tree branches with a strength that can lift 850 times their own weight. Humans must also train to endure a fight that may go for half an hour. The bighorn sheep can smash their thick skulls and massive horns against each other for hours. Our hands are a delicate, intricate mass of fragile bones, evolved for precision. Unlike the mantis shrimp, whose claws grant them the fastest strike in the world and the ability to destroy armored prey with a single punch. Human legs give us the ability to walk, run, and jump. But the kangaroos have evolved to enable them to travel great distances by hopping. Like the ostrich, whose legs make it the fastest two-legged creature on the planet, with a lethal kick that can kill a lion. Brush turkeys show little fear in protecting their young before they hatch, with a series of pecks from their beak scaring away creatures much more deadly than they are. And the silverback gorilla, although being a near relative to human beings, is up to 20 times stronger, being able to literally flip a family sedan. Human beings have adapted to become the dominant force on the planet. But where we have evolved intellectually, animals continue to evolve physically, granting them the powerful weaponry found in the animal armory. Across the African savanna, where zebras graze, and Madagascan jungles where chameleons climb, these creatures avoid becoming prey to predators stronger and more lethal than themselves. In warm tropics, where mantis hunt, to the Great Barrier Reef, where octopi hide with seemingly supernatural ability. From the Arctic tundra, where polar bears roam, and the Arctic fox prey on other animals with devastating patience and skill. To the Antarctic waters, where penguins play. And over the mountains of Southeast Asia, where the snow leopards dwell. These creatures share an amazing trait, the ability to use the environment surrounding them to hide in plain sight, to virtually disappear and be utterly camouflaged. Abundantly spread across the plains of Africa is the member of the horse family, famous for never being tamed and sporting striking black and white striped bodies, the zebra. Zebras are social animals and live in groups of varying sizes. They are members of the equid family. They are set apart from their horse relatives by their black and white stripes. The pattern of these stripes are unique to each zebra. But these stripes not only serve to give the zebra identity, they are a brilliant camouflage, its first line of defense from predators, of which there are many. Predators include crocodiles, wild dogs, hyenas, and cheetah. The zebra's greatest threat is the African lion. but their stripes are usually an effective deterrent. The vertical striping aids the zebra when hiding in grass by disrupting its outline, making it more difficult for the lion to see it at a distance. The stripes also motion dazzle predators. Groups of zebras are near each other, whether moving or standing still. The black and white stripes seem to flicker as one large mass. This makes it difficult for the lion to single out a target. One would think that black and white stripes against the yellow grasses would be easy to spot, and for most they are. But the lion is colorblind. Due to this, when zebra stands still among the long grass, it's virtually impossible for them to be seen by a lion, who cannot differentiate between the vegetation and the striped pattern. It's not until they move, their black and white pattern becomes more obvious, but still difficult for the colorblind lion. The savanna is covered in grass, a zebra's main source of food. They spend much of their time grazing with their heads down, and it's at these times that they are at their most vulnerable. Their young are even more at risk of being killed, often singled out by predators. For these reasons, zebra will often graze among other animals that are no threat to them and share common enemies, or are even capable of physically defending against these predators. With their long necks and long-range vision, giraffe can serve as an excellent early warning system. And the wildebeest, who also gather in great herds, can actually cause a predator injury or even death with their massive bodies and horns. Much needed protection for the zebra. Despite their amazing camouflage and relationship to other animals, lions have an arsenal of weaponry that can counter what they can or can't see. Their keen sense of smell and acute hearing means that sometimes the predator gets what it wants. And a zebra must die to feed a hungry pride of lions. But at the end of the day, thanks to its amazing ability to disappear before a lion's eyes, its fantastic camouflage ensures the zebra not only endures, but thrives. Throughout time, its name has become synonymous with camouflage, seeming to be one thing before suddenly disappearing into another. The old world lizard, the chameleon, has managed to capture the imagination like few other animals. There are just over 200 species of chameleon found in Africa, Southern Europe, and Southern Asia. However, their biggest diversity is found on the giant island of Madagascar. Many of these species are essentially the masters of disguise. They vary their skin coloration and pattern through combining many colors and shades. They achieve this with a superficial layer of skin covering their body containing pigments. Underneath are cells with guanine crystals. The color shift happens when the space between these crystals changes, altering the wavelengths of light they reflect. Chameleons change their color according to social circumstances to communicate with each other while reacting to temperature change. A beneficial side effect is it also makes for fantastically elaborate camouflage. This camouflage works to not only protect the lizard, but increase its chance of a successful hunt, allowing the lizard to not just capture its prey, but eat it without being disturbed. Unlike other lizards, chameleons don't creep. Instead, they move slowly, one leg at a time. Their slow movement is a product of their hunting technique because their tongue, their strike weapon, is so long. It's as long as their body and tail combined, with a sticky bulb on the end, which comparatively speaking, gives it the longest tongue in the world. When attacking their prey, the tongue is launched at the target and then put back in their mouth within a fraction of a second. The strike is so quick, a chameleon can catch 4 flies in 3 seconds. They will mainly hunt insects like bees, wasps, and spiders, and in the case of larger species, small birds and rodents. If their prey is out of their tongue's range, the chameleon approaches slowly, patiently waiting until it is just within range. Chameleons have evolved unique feet that are extremely beneficial when it comes to hunting. Their well-adapted feet and sharp claws allow them to grip almost any branch. Even with its super grippy feet and its ability to change color, matching its surrounding environment, being able to approach its prey with stealth is pointless if the lizard can't see it. Most creatures move their eyes at the same time, but the chameleon has an astonishing ability to move both eyes on their own. One eye can look in one direction, while the other looks in another. This lets them scan 360 degrees of their environment while focusing more precisely on a point with greater clarity. Each eye can form 3D images. When combined with these other factors, the chameleon can look in all directions and assess distance without moving its head, not attracting the attention of its prey, allowing the lizard to keep one eye on its prey and another on its predator. All this as it remains perfectly hidden. Throughout the world, over 300 species of octopus have been identified. With its malleable body, many tentacles, bulbous head, and its ability to seamlessly blend into its ocean floor surroundings, the octopus continues to be the elusive master of disguise. The octopus has 8 arms, with a beak at their center, and is classed as a cephalopod mollusk. Of all the invertebrates, they are some of the most intelligent. Sharks, eels, and dolphins are just a few of the many creatures in the ocean that would prey on the octopus if given the chance. But preying on the octopus isn't that easy, especially if they can't be seen. Their first line of defense is the amazing ability to hide in plain sight through camouflage or mimicry. With a network of pigment cells and special muscles in its skin, the octopus can instantly match the colors, patterns, and texture of its surroundings. Their camouflage is so effective, predators often swim right by without knowing they are even there. If camouflage doesn't keep them safe, the ability to hide in the tiniest of places out of reach will often suffice. This talent for squeezing into tight places is due to the octopus having no exoskeleton, granting them a perfectly malleable body. To deal with the most persistent predators, like sharks, whose instincts won't allow them to abandon the hunt, the octopus must use the most potent weapon in its defensive armory: camouflage. If they've been spotted and there's nowhere to hide, the octopus has another trick up his sleeve. A quick escape may be enough to get away from danger. But if not, a distraction is employed through the squirting of ink. Many octopi eject a thick, blackish ink cloud towards the predator to muddy their sight, block their sense of smell, confusing them, buying time to make an escape. With a lightning-quick dash through the water after ejecting the ink, the octopus often has enough time to find a crevice to hide in and change its color to match the surroundings, leaving for one very confused predator. Octopi aren't just prey for other animals, they are also effective hunters. All the aspects of making them difficult to catch make it easier for them to capture the food they need to survive. Depending on their size, which varies from species to species, octopi will hunt anything from crabs to fish. Again, their ability to blend into their environment by aesthetically changing and squeezing into the smallest of spaces allows for the octopus to be a highly successful ambush predator. Whether capturing prey or dragging their bodies into the murky depths to be slowly consumed, or evading predators that look to make a meal of their malleable bodies, the octopus's talent for disappearing into its environment is the reason it flourishes on the ocean's floor the world over. The mantis resides in tropical habitats all over the world, with over 2,400 discovered species. Some ancient cultures believed that the mantis possessed supernatural powers. With its ability to camouflage and its stoic patience, the mantis is one of the insect world's most feared hunters. With bulging eyes on triangular heads and flexible necks, some species have wings, but all possess huge forelegs used for catching and holding prey. They are expert predators specializing in ambush tactics. Using camouflage to hide, the mantis remains perfectly still, waiting for prey to approach or slowly stalk them until in reach. Once in range, they strike, gripping the prey in their spiked forelegs. Mantis don't kill before eating. Their prey is consumed alive. They generally hunt arthropods, including all insects, spiders, and centipedes. In a face-to-face confrontation, many of these insects would put up a good fight and perhaps even win. But when they can't see the mantis coming, they are easy prey. Being as common as they are abundant, the mantis has learned to share its habitat with other insects, many much bigger than they are. Even with its superior ability to blend into its environment and successfully hunt, it's not all easy living for the mantis. Like most creatures in the animal kingdom, there comes a time when the hunter becomes the hunted. Frogs, lizards, birds, spiders, and ants all prey on the mantis. Their best defense is their camouflage. Most species are colored to resemble foliage or other backgrounds in their environment to both avoid predators and capture prey. A mantis can change its color, but only when it molts its skin, an important time in its life, for this is when it's most vulnerable. Those that live on uniformly colored surfaces, like bare dirt or tree trunks, are flattened, so they have no shadow that may reveal their presence. When a mantis is threatened, it will stand tall, spread its forelegs, and fan its wings to make it seem bigger than it is. Some may hiss if the threat persists. It will strike with its forelegs in an attempt to pinch and bite. It's an elaborate ruse, but one that often works, scaring predators away and leaving the mantis to hunt and eat its prey in relative peace. Once again, that specialized insect predator, the praying mantis, gets to live and hunt another day, thanks to its advanced weaponry, as well as its great skills in camouflage. As shown so far, camouflage is an effective talent when it comes to not just hunting prey, but escaping predators. The zebra's black and white stripes against the long grass enable them to confuse their number one predator, lions, enough to make them call off their attack. The chameleon can change the color of its skin to suit its surroundings, so they can use their massive tongue to strike at their quarry. The octopus can not only change the color of its skin, but also seemingly its texture to hide in plain sight of those that would eat it. And the praying mantis blends in with its surroundings so well, it can ambush its prey before eating it alive. These are but a few of the masters of disguise that inhabit the warmer regions of Earth. But more are to be found in the colder climates around the Arctic and Antarctic regions. The playful penguin, sleek in the water and also nearly invisible to prey. The Arctic fox, whose brilliant white coat lets it successfully hunt and scavenge. The polar bear, whose ability to camouflage makes it the Arctic's apex predator. And the snow leopard, whose patterned fur blends it into the mountainous regions it dominantly hunts in. Found exclusively in the southern hemisphere as far south as Antarctica, penguins live and breed in large colonies, ranging in size from a few to several 100,000, depending on the species. Popular around the world for their upright, waddling gait and curiosity when it comes to human interaction, the penguin, with its black and white plumage, is often said to be wearing a dinner suit. But there is a lot more to a penguin's color and the patterns it makes. Spending half of their lives in the water, penguins' wings have evolved into flippers, giving them the ability to seemingly soar through the water. Their agile swimming makes them effective hunters of fish. The number of penguin species is debated, but it's somewhere around 17 or 18. The largest being the emperor and king penguins, standing at 48 inches and weighing up to 99 pounds, while the smallest of the species are the little blue penguins or fairy penguin, standing up to 13 inches and only weighing 3 pounds. They split their time between land and ocean for a few reasons. Penguins must breed on land because eggs can't be reared in the water. With no way of killing any threat and being clumsy on land, alone, penguins are vulnerable to aerial attacks from skuas and foxes on the ground. But living in large colonies serves as protection against these predators. Many eyes in many directions make it hard for predators to sneak up on them. Despite being awkward, comedic creatures on land, in the water, penguins swim with effortless grace and speed, making them difficult to catch. But it's in the water where they are also difficult to see. It's also in the water where their camouflage comes into play. All penguins are counter-shaded, having black backs and wings with white fronts. For a predator looking up from below, it can't recognize the difference between the penguin's white belly and the reflection of the water's surface. The dark coloring on their back works in exactly the same fashion, camouflaging them from predators above. Sharks and orca are some of the most ferocious hunters in the ocean, and both prey on penguin. But on land, they are relatively safe from these predators. It's the sea lion that's a great threat to many species. When in the ocean, the sea lion isn't always fooled by camouflage and are just as agile in the water. Sometimes there is nothing the penguin can do to escape. Sea lions also live out of the water, often basking on the land. They too are clumsy, but won't hesitate to attack penguin if given the opportunity. Thanks to the vast numbers with their colonies, these adorable black and white animals enjoy a high survival rate despite these attacks and manage to thrive in their chosen habitats. The Arctic fox has little to fear from humans and will often approach a person out of curiosity, even though they've been hunted for their fur for many years. It is this fur that makes the Arctic fox such a deadly hunter. It's native to the Arctic regions of the Northern Hemisphere and found throughout tundra areas. It is well adapted to living in freezing environments with its deep, thick fur insulating it from the cold. Arctic foxes are omnivorous. They have a particular taste for rodents and birds. They have great success in hunting these animals for a few reasons. One in particular is their ability to blend in with their surroundings. Their camouflage is their ultimate weapon. In the summer, when the snow retreats, the Arctic fox adapts, losing much of its fur, with the remainder darkening into shades of brown. This offers them camouflage against the rocky outcrops and dirt that appear when the snow and ice melt with the warmer weather. During the colder months, when the tundra is covered in ice and snow, the fox is well camouflaged, with its fur returning to its brilliant white. They will usually eat any tiny animal they can find, like voles, hares, with lemmings making up the bulk of their diet, but will happily settle for birds if given the opportunity. When on the hunt, the Arctic fox relies on its incredible hearing. Their wide ears face forward, allowing them to locate the precise position of any prey. Female foxes, or vixens, will bring their kill back to their den amongst the rocky outcrops of the environments they call home, where their young wait to be fed. Their other quality is that they are great forward planners. They hide their food in their dens or under rocks for later consumption when hunting opportunities are scarce. But the stored food won't last the whole winter. Even when under snow, the Arctic fox's keen senses will detect its prey. Once found, it is time for the fox to employ its most famous move. It will leap into the air and pounce, using its momentum to break through the ice and snow to capture the prey beneath. When food is really scarce, the Arctic fox becomes a scavenger, tracking larger carnivorous animals like polar bears in their habitat and eating the carrion remains of the animals they kill. Again, it's camouflage skills, combined with a great awareness of danger, that comes in handy to stay out of the bear's deadly reach. This ensures the fox doesn't become a fresh addition to the polar bear's menu. Living in such harsh conditions, Arctic foxes are ultimate survivors. They blend into their environments almost effortlessly and use their resources to their advantage. And their remarkable weapons make them the ultimate survivors in the permafrost regions of the Earth. For the indigenous cultures of the Arctic region, polar bears have always been important and revered. 1,500-year-old cave paintings depict the animal, while it's widely believed that Arctic people learned to hunt by watching the polar bear chase and kill its prey. The largest bears on Earth, only matched in size by the Kodiak, the polar bears are unmatched at the top of the food chain in the Arctic region. They are perfectly in tune with their surroundings, adapted, equipped with deadly teeth and claws, and most importantly, extremely well disguised. No other Arctic predator is foolish enough to attack the mighty polar bear. Rather than protection, the white fur is an effective weapon while hunting, which serves as camouflage, making sneaking up on their prey easy. Underneath the fur, there is a thick layer of blubber, which provides excellent insulation from the cold. While other species of bear enjoy a variety of foods other than meat, the mighty white-coated polar bear has essentially a strictly carnivorous diet. Its main source of food is the seal, but will happily hunt other creatures using the same tactics, like walrus. The polar bear is hidden so effectively, it can literally walk right up to a group of walrus and take its pick of which one to eat without the walrus being able to see it coming. The bear's stark white coat gives wonderful camouflage in the surrounding ice and snow. But underneath, their skin is black to soak in the sun's warmth. While its giant paws have evolved to allow it to walk freely on slick ice without slipping, it's these paws that also help the bear to swim. They need to be excellent swimmers as they traverse the Arctic landscapes, which are broken up by bodies of water dotted by icebergs. The polar bears swim in between as they hunt. An efficient predator, the polar bear's most common way to hunt is called still hunting. Using its incredible sense of smell, it will locate a hole in the ice that aquatic mammals like beluga use to breathe. The bear crouches nearby, waiting in silence. Bears can smell the beluga's breath as it exhales underwater. They pull them from the water, crushing their skulls with their jaws. A polar bear will gladly share its meal with others, as long as they approach submissively and ask for their share politely. When the polar bear's keen senses are combined with its great strength, patient hunting abilities, and its ability to be camouflaged in the icy environment around it, it's no wonder this creature is at the top of the food chain in the Arctic regions, at the top of the world. Occupying the high reaches of the mountain slopes in Central Asia and playing a significant role in local cultures is the ultimate master of disguise, a strong and agile hunter, the snow leopard. Slightly smaller than most big cats, a large male could weigh up to 165 pounds. Their long, thick fur varies in color depending on the seasons, from dark gray to a yellowish color in the summer. Snow leopards are carnivores who actively hunt prey despite rarely being witnessed. They are effective killers, able to take down prey 2 to 4 times their own body weight, like ibex and markhor, but will readily kill smaller creatures like hares and birds. Whatever animal comes close is likely to end up as the snow leopard's meal, not even knowing what struck it, thanks to the leopard's supreme disguise. When hunting, snow leopards prefer to ambush their prey from above, using their fur against the rocky terrain to hide their approach. If spotted, they will chase their prey down the mountain slope until they catch it, killing it with a bite to the neck. Snow leopards are most active at dawn and dusk. They are extremely secretive and hard to spot because of their wonderful camouflage. Their color is broken up with gray to black rosettes on their bodies, with spots on their heads, limbs, and tails. This coloration pattern lends itself to a perfect camouflage amongst the rocky outcrops and snow-laden mountainsides. It's not unusual for a snow leopard to drag its kill to safety before feeding, eating all edible parts. A snow leopard can survive on a single kill of a large animal for 2 weeks. In the warmer months, when the snow and ice have melted and the forests at the foot of the mountains spring to life, the snow leopard easily relocates and hunts among the foliage and shrubs. Thanks to the patterns and color of its fur, the leopard remains beautifully camouflaged, blending in with the speckled shadows cast by leaves and branches, while its fur is hard to distinguish in the bright light. Whether on the mountain slopes or in the nearby forests, the snow leopard is incredibly silent, treading lightly in order not to alert potential prey. They reveal their presence in their habitat by scent, marking to keep away others of the same sex and to greet those of the opposite one. They sleep in different spots nearly every night, so they are always on the move, making them unpredictable and harder to detect. Their range was estimated to be around 5 to 14 square miles, but they seem to cover even more ground than that. In one case, scientists discovered a snow leopard migrating 375 miles. For millennia, this magnificent cat was the king of the mountains, but their population is dropping. The snow leopard habitat range continues to decline from human settlement and increased use of grazing space. This development increasingly fragments the historic range of this amazing species. The monochromatic stripes of the zebra bamboozle predators like the lion into not attacking. The chameleon can instantly change its color depending on how it feels before deploying its tongue to snatch a fly from the air in less than a second. The octopus can also change its color to disappear into its surroundings, while also fitting into nooks and crannies much smaller than they actually are. The patient praying mantis waits to ambush its prey while perfectly blending into its surroundings. Penguins are easy targets on land, but in the water, they swim with speed and grace, while appearing virtually invisible to predators below and above. The Arctic fox's coat changes color with the seasons, blending with the earthy tones of rocky outcrops in summer and white snow in winter. The polar bear is lost amongst the blinding ice as it hunts the Arctic tundras. And the snow leopard is deaf from above for unsuspecting prey, unable to see the attack coming due to the color and pattern of its coat. Human beings have adapted to become the dominant force on the planet. But where we have evolved intellectually, animals continue to evolve physically, granting them the powerful weaponry found in the animal armory. The use of venom and poison to kill enemies or capture prey has been utilized by humans ever since we witnessed animals using it in the wild. Many animals are venomous, but few are as deadly as these. Although their rattles give ample warning to potential predators, the venom of the rattlesnake has proved invaluable in its search for food and protection. The stonefish is a master of disguise, but when threatened, it shoots out deadly spines from its back, ensuring its predator a painful death. More notably, the scorpion has been a symbol of terror for thousands of years, thanks to its whip-like tail that stabs its victim, delivering a lethal dose of venom. Another sea creature with an uncanny ability to camouflage itself is the blue-ringed octopus, whose bite causes paralysis and eventually death. Cane toads have been introduced to countries where they don't naturally occur. Thanks to their toxic skin, almost all potential predators will avoid them, allowing them to dominate vast areas of land. The funnel web spider latches onto its victim, biting multiple times with massive fangs and delivering venom that can kill an adult human in as little as 15 minutes. The Gila monsters possess a venom so powerful that cowboys would tell tales of their fatal bites. And fire ants, despite their size, possess a venom that when deployed from thousands of ants in a single colony, has the potential to kill almost any creature. Images of the most powerful deities worshipped by the Aztecs and Mayans were emblazoned with depictions of the rattlesnake, their vision serpent, who worked as a conduit between this world and the next. And the rattlesnake's connection with death is well deserved. Native to the Americas and ranging from British Columbia to Argentina are 42 known species of rattlesnake. Their size can range anywhere between 1 to 8 feet long. They live in a wide variety of habitats, but are mainly found near open, rocky plains, where they can bask in the sun, take cover from predators, and hunt prey. They favor small animals like birds, lizards, and rodents. Their name comes from their warning call, the loud shaking of the rattle at the end of their tail. Ground squirrels and king snakes, who are immune to their venom, pay no attention to the warning. But these snakes are famous for more than just their tail. Rattlers, as they are commonly known, are the leading cause of snakebite injuries in North America. Despite this, it's rare for a rattlesnake to bite unless provoked. When hunting, they can patiently wait for their prey or actively seek them out in various holes. Rather than using constriction like many other snakes, the rattlesnake will strike in half a second, injecting their prey with venom. Rattlesnakes deliver their venom through fangs connected to ducts, which in turn are connected to glands on the outer edge of the upper jaw near the back of the head. When biting, muscles around the glands contract, squeezing venom into the fangs. When not in use, the fangs are folded away against the palate. They are born with fully functioning fangs and venom, and most rattlesnakes can even control how much venom they inject. The venom destroys tissue and prevents blood from clotting. A bite from the rattlesnake can cause severe paralysis. The older the snake, the more venom it possesses. If bitten, the snake's prey doesn't immediately die and appears to escape. But it doesn't take long for the venom to act. Through scent, the rattlesnake can track its prey until it eventually dies. Using its tongue and prodding with its snout, the rattlesnake locates the head of its prey and consumes the creature whole. The digestive juices of the rattlesnake are very powerful, breaking down flesh, bone, feathers, and everything in between. If the prey is small, the snake will continue to hunt. But if large enough, it'll find somewhere warm and safe to rest while digesting, until it's time to hunt again. For millennia, the Australian Aborigines have told stories of the people who fell victim to the ocean's most venomous fish, the stonefish. Found throughout the coastal regions of the Indo-Pacific, they are extraordinarily dangerous and fatal to even humans. Their danger doesn't just come from their deadly venom, but their supreme camouflage. Stonefish are often brown or grey with patches of yellow, orange or red, and are easily mistaken for rocks or coral. On average, they grow up to 14 inches, but they have been documented to grow up to 20 inches. They can usually be found amongst rubble and coral, under rocks or ledges, and on the ocean's floor, while some prefer to bury themselves in the sand. Their camouflage allows them to be deadly ambush hunters, lying in wait for fish or crustaceans to swim by. Known as the world's most venomous fish, one may think the stonefish uses its venom to hunt, but this isn't true. Their true weapon is speed. High-speed cameras are needed to properly see their attacks. Their venom, however, is a defense mechanism. When preyed upon, the stonefish first rely on their camouflage. Failing that, it uses its venom. Each stonefish possesses 13 rigid dorsal fin spines, capable of injecting its venom. When disturbed or threatened, it will raise these spines to pierce the creatures threatening it. Their venom possesses both cardiovascular and neuromuscular toxicity. Often, the stonefish is the last meal for unsuspecting predators, or a painful reminder to people wading through the ocean. These deadly and elusive creatures wait patiently to use their lethal weapon, as and when they're required. Often referred to as ancient animals, scorpions have existed for over 400 million years, predating the dinosaurs. They have always struck terror in the hearts of people, thanks to their fearsome look and venomous sting. The scorpion is found all over the world, with almost 2,000 different species. Able to live in most environments, from deserts to jungles, scorpions can live to anywhere from 6 months to 25 years. They are arachnids, most closely related to spiders and ticks, and spend their days under rocks and in crevices. It's in the night, under the cover of darkness, that the scorpion hunts. They will hunt the same territory for their entire lives, but use a variety of methods to get their food. Most scorpions hunt insects and spiders using their venomous stinger. Some will wait by their burrow, claws open and stinger ready, hitting prey with a surprise attack as it passes by. Others actively forage for their prey. Due to their poor eyesight, scorpions use brush-like sensory structures on their legs to feel their way around. Being carnivores, their diet consists solely of the animals they catch. Using two large claws located at the front of their body, the scorpion grips its prey, allowing its metasoma, a tail-like structure containing the sharp stinger and venom glands, to strike the creature, injecting it with the venom and ultimately killing it. Thanks to their venom, the scorpion can eat undisturbed. All scorpions are venomous. They have multiple toxins in their venom, each with a different effect. Only a select few of the species have a venom that is potent enough to kill a human. Scorpions have tiny mouths, only capable of sucking up liquids. Once captured, enzymes in the venom dissolve their prey's insides, allowing the scorpion to eat it from the inside out. They don't eat often, only once every 2 to 3 weeks on average. Scorpion venom isn't used just to subdue prey, but also for protection. Predators like centipede, shrews, owls, bats, and coyote all prey on scorpions. But it's the meerkat and mongoose that are their biggest threat, as both animals are immune to the scorpion's venom. Other male scorpions are also a threat. When one finds its way into the territory of another, they may fight to the death, with the winner eating the loser. In addition to impeccable camouflage and a flexible body that can fit into the smallest of spaces, the fascinating blue-ringed octopuses possess venom that can kill. The blue-ringed octopus is one of the world's most venomous sea creatures and is commonly found off the coast of New South Wales, South Australia, and Western Australia. They have a lifespan of around 2 years. At around 1 to 4 inches in size and seemingly docile, at first glance they look innocuous as they go about hunting small crabs, shrimp, and fish. But when threatened or provoked, Their body lights up with iridescent blue rings, contrasting against their normally yellowish skin. This is a warning that they are ready to attack, with the venom powerful enough to kill almost any enemy, including humans. Like other octopus species, all kinds of blue-ringed octopus make the most of their surroundings. They spend most of their time hiding in cracks and crevices, blending in seamlessly with their environment. This protects them from predators like moray eels, gropers, sharks, and snapper. From their hidden position, the blue-ringed octopus pounces on its prey, ensnaring it in its tentacles. The mouth of the blue-ringed octopus is a horn-like beak located at the center of where its tentacles meet. It uses it to pierce through the exoskeleton of crab and shrimp to release its venom into the prey, produced by bacteria in the salivary glands. The venom contains tetrodotoxin, a powerful neurotoxin that paralyzes muscles and organs while the victim is still conscious. It isn't long before all the organs are paralyzed and the creature is effectively killed. Blue-ringed octopuses carry enough venom to kill 26 adult people. And with no anti-venom currently available, it remains one of the deadliest inhabitants of the ocean. So far, we have witnessed 4 animals that use venom to hunt and defend themselves. The rattlesnake dominates the Americas with the toxic venom it delivers through its fangs, following a warning from its rattling tail. The stonefish are efficient ambush hunters whose venomous spines do nothing to help them find food, but protect them from would-be predators. The deadly scorpion, found all over the world, grabs its prey in its claws to strike it with a stinger on its tail to deliver its lethal venom. And the blue-ringed octopus, so called for its iridescent blue rings that flare up on its skin before it inflicts a venomous bite that can easily kill a human. These are only a few of the animals that use venom in their armory. Originally from the Americas, then used as biological control for pests in the sugarcane fields of northern Australia, the cane toad has become a pest itself due to its rapid reproduction and a lack of predators. cane toad is a large terrestrial toad native to South and Central America, but is now found throughout the oceanic region, the Caribbean and Australia. Females are significantly bigger than the males of the species, with an average length of 4 to 6 inches and a life expectancy of 10 to 15 years in captivity. They are prolific breeders, with the females laying thousands of eggs at a time. Their penchant to breed have made them invasive pests in countries where they've been introduced, where they were intended to combat other pests, like the cane beetle. But it takes more than a voracious sexual appetite for these toads to reach plague proportions. Vision is the primary method by which cane toads detect their prey, but they also have a keen sense of smell. Cane toads will eat small rodents, reptiles, other amphibians, birds, and just about anything else they can fit in their mouth, including plants, dog food, and household rubbish. Thanks to their non-discriminatory diet, the toads thrive. The poison glands on their skin make them highly toxic, killing most animals that eat them, limiting the number of predators to keep the species in check. Cane toad skin is dry and warty, with ridges above the eyes that run down to the snout. They can be grey, yellowish, reddish-brown or olive in complexion, with different patterns. A large parotoid gland is situated behind each eye, with smaller ones across the back that produce the poison. Even cane toad tadpoles are highly toxic if ingested. Their poison is the perfect defense. In its natural habitat, predators include wetland birds like ibis, eels, snakes, and bullet ants. They cannot avoid being preyed upon or eaten, but they can take their attacker down with them. The glands on their skin secrete a milky white fluid called bufotoxin that kills not just animals, but also humans if ingested. The toad's poison is so toxic, it has allowed it to dominate in a variety of landscapes, turning a solution into an even bigger problem. Striking fear into the heart of arachnophobes since its discovery. With an aggressive reputation and arguably the world's most toxic spider venom, the funnel web is a force to be reckoned with, both in the Australian bush and suburbs. Funnel web spiders are a subfamily of spiders with around 40 species that are all native to Australia. Funnel webs live mostly off a diet of insects, but occasionally hunt small reptiles and frogs. Many of these species produce venom which is lethal to humans and animals alike, the most potent of which belongs to the Sydney funnel web spider. Funnel webs range in size from ½ an inch to 2 inches in length, with a hairless carapace that covers the front of their body. They have long spinnerets off the back of the abdomen and possess large fangs that, unlike most other spiders, point down along the body, not towards each other, through which the venom is injected. Funnel web fangs are so powerful they can easily penetrate a fingernail or soft shoe. They make their burrows in moist, cool habitats, like under rocks, logs, or rough-barked trees. It's common to find them in suburban gardens containing rockeries and shrubs, but barely in the open. A funnel web's burrow contains irregular silk trip lines that protrude from the entrance. These trip lines signal to the spider when prey is nearby, so they can rush from their burrow and ambush their unsuspecting victim. Females are much larger than the males, but the males have longer fangs. Adult males wander during the warmer seasons to look for females to mate with. They are attracted to water, often falling into swimming pools, and they can survive underwater for several hours thanks to the air bubbles that attach themselves to their bodies. They aren't normally aggressive, but if threatened, the funnel web spider will ferociously defend itself, rearing back, raising its front legs in the air and baring its fangs before striking. Some venomous spiders don't always inject venom when they bite. However, it's very rare for this spider not to inject venom when it strikes. Male Sydney funnel webs have been known to produce fatalities thanks to its specialized venom that only affects primates. Due to the size of the spider's fangs, the funnel web's bite is very painful, leaving puncture wounds and local bleeding. If bitten, it takes only minutes, depending on the size of the victim, before symptoms rapidly progress. Without treatment, a human can be dead within 15 minutes of being bitten. Funnel web spider venom contains chemicals that attack the nervous system of humans and other primates. Oddly, it doesn't affect the nervous system of other mammals. An anti-venom was developed in the early 1980s, and since then, no human has died from the bite of a funnel web spider. In the American Old West, pioneers told stories of great lizards with toxic breath and a deadly bite. These stories evolved from true events about the Gila monster, a venomous lizard. They are easily identified by their black bodies with patterns of pink, orange, or yellow. Gila monsters usually weigh up to 1.5 pounds, with the heaviest being recorded at 5 pounds. They move very slowly and grow up to 2 feet in length. Living in scrubland, succulent desert and oak woodlands, they take shelter in burrows, thickets and under rocks. They love water and are often observed immersing themselves in puddles after rain. "90% of a Gila monster's life is spent underground in their burrows or in rocky shelters. Their activity above ground depends on the seasons. In spring and in early summer, they emerge in the mornings, while later in summer, they prefer the warm nights. Coyotes and raptor birds are the predominant threats to Gila monsters, while they themselves prey upon the eggs of various animals, and sometimes small birds, mammals, reptiles, insects and carrion, as and when the opportunity presents itself. Even though it hunts a wide variety of creatures, the Gila monster eats very infrequently, only 5 to 10 times a year. For this reason, when it does feed, it will eat up to 1/3 of its own body mass. The Gila monster deploys its advanced armory. Its sense of smell is so acute that it can locate and dig up eggs buried up to 6 inches deep in the ground. And even track a trail made by a rolling egg. Once the prey is located and caught, it's crushed to death in its mouth, or if small enough, eaten alive. But its hunt for food isn't restricted to the ground. Gila monsters can climb trees and cacti in their search for eggs. The Gila monster produces venom in saliva glands located in its lower jaw. They lack the muscular force to actually inject any venom. Instead, it's transferred from the gland to the teeth by chewing. This chewing action draws the venom from the gland to the tooth and into the victim. The Gila monster is one of the few venomous lizards in the world. Because Gila monsters usually prey on helpless creatures and eggs, it's believed their venom has evolved as a defense mechanism, along with their bright coloring, warning potential threats of their toxicity. The venom of the Gila monster contains neurotoxins. And even though it's as potent as that of a coral snake, the Gila monster produces only very small amounts. Though they move slowly, these lizards can bite very quickly, and once they latch on, can be very difficult to remove, causing the victim a great deal of pain. Aside from the creature's monstrous appearance, its armory makes the Gila monster a formidable foe for those who share its desert habitat. There are thousands of species of ants, but only a small minority of these species have the ability to sting and inject a victim with venom. The most famous of these ants have been introduced to several countries around the world, where they are now considered dangerous pests. Easily recognized by their red color and painful sting, the fire ant is known by a variety of names, depending on where in the world they are. The fire ant is considered an invasive species. They are recognizable by their black, reddish bodies and their size, less than 1/4 of an inch. Mature fire ants look like any other ant, with bodies typical of any insect. This 3-sectioned body includes the head, the thorax, and the abdomen, with 3 pairs of legs and a pair of antennae. Many species of ants bite, and formacine ants can even spray acid to irritate their victims. But fire ants have a dedicated alkaloid venom sting, as well as mandibles for biting. Within a large nest of fire ants, workers exist in a variety of sizes, which is rare among ants. A colony produces large mounds in open areas where they feed mostly on plants and seeds. But fire ants are also extremely aggressive and often attack small animals, killing them. Where other ants bite and then spray their acid on the wound, fire ants only bite to grip their victim and then sting them from the abdomen to inject the venom. It creates a painful sting that's likened to being burned, hence the name. The aggression of the fire ant usually pushes native ants out of the local habitat, leaving little to no competition for food in the area. Fire ants build their nests near rivers, ponds, and other areas with moist soil. The nests are often concealed underneath objects like rocks or logs. If there is no cover, dome-shaped mounds are created, reaching heights of 16 inches. A colony is usually founded by a small group of queen ants. But even if only one of them survive, it can quickly expand into thousands of ants. The queens, or the reproductive females in the colony, are usually the largest of the fire ants, with the sole purpose of reproducing. Males mate with the queens and die immediately after copulation. Other roles in the colony include the soldier ants, who have larger, stronger mandibles, and the workers, whose job it is to maintain the upkeep of the nest, foraging for food and caring for the eggs and the larvae. Phorid flies inject their eggs inside the fire ant's thorax. As the ant dies, the larvae will move into the ant's head and the adult fly will emerge. For thousands of years, human beings have used poison as a means to execute, assassinate, and murder their foes. The very idea of these attacks were learned from animals in the wild, who have continued to evolve and hone their use of venom in battle. The rattlesnake, that gives warning before biting a threat and injecting them with their lethal venom. The stonefish, a master of disguise that defends itself with venomous spines. The scorpion, whose tail contains a venomous stinger it uses to both hunt prey and defend itself. The blue-ringed octopus, while small, contains enough venom to kill 26 adult humans. The cane toad doesn't sting or bite. Instead, its skin is covered in a toxic substance that, when eaten by a predator, is lethal. The funnel web spider defends itself with aggressive attacks through multiple bites that deliver venom that can kill a man in under half an hour.
The Gila monster's venomous bite was made famous through stories told by cowboys in the Old West.
And fire ants completely dominate any landscape they establish a colony in, killing creatures much larger than them. Human beings have adapted to become the dominant force on the planet, but where we have evolved intellectually, animals continue to evolve physically, granting them the powerful weaponry found in the animal armory.
In the frigid waters of the Arctic, the walrus depends on its surprising ability to spit in order to feed. For the cobra, its venomous projections are fired with intent to blind their predators. And for the jawfish, spitting provides them with a home and the means to defend it. When it comes to stings, individual bees will sacrifice themselves to attack a threat to their colony. Jellyfish trawl their stingers through the world's oceans to capture prey and ward off predators. In Australia, the humble echidna is coated in a near impenetrable armor of spines. Stingrays, despite their infamy, reserve their deadly sting for self-defense. whereas predatory centipedes deliver a paralyzing sting to immobilize their victims. A treacherous and ever-changing frozen landscape, the Arctic and its surrounding waters are among the most hostile environments on the planet. Few animals are equipped to survive in the Arctic's harsh climate, and fewer still can appear comfortable in this sub-zero world. But the rotund, easygoing walrus provides exception to the rule. Highly social animals, walruses are commonly found in massive herds, numbering in the tens of thousands. Between feeding and fighting, much of the walrus's time is spent lounging about in an environment where most animals would perish. Conserving energy as they rest, walruses are protected from the elements by a tough hide encasing an insulating layer of blubber up to 10 centimeters thick. Famed for their tusks, the walrus's elongated canines can reach a meter in length. A potentially fatal instrument in self-defense, the tusks are also relied upon during the breeding season, when males engage in fierce combat to establish social dominance. But the walrus has another unexpected weapon in its arsenal. One that is commonly used but rarely witnessed: spit. With adults weighing up to 2 tons, the walrus's tremendous bulk makes them slow and cumbersome on land. But in the water, the walrus suddenly becomes agile, and it is here that their secret weapon comes into play. Feeding primarily on mollusks, the walrus must consume about 5% of their body weight per day. This translates to between 3,000 and 6,000 clams in a single feeding session. Fossicking in the murky depths, walruses must locate and remove their stubborn food source from the sea floor, and they rely on spit to do so. Drawing large amounts of water into their uniquely vaulted mouths, walruses are able to fire a high-pressure jet stream at the otherwise inaccessible mollusks. Clearing out the surrounding debris, the walrus's spit reveals and loosens their food source, allowing for easy removal and consumption. And once the soft flesh has been devoured, the walrus simply spits out the remaining shells. As effective as their unique spitting technique is in feeding, it is often little protection against the Arctic's other predators. While healthy adult walruses are more than capable of defending themselves, polar bears will rush the herd on the beach, attacking any individual that is crushed or injured in the sudden exodus. even in the water, they are not entirely safe, with killer whales known to target calves or otherwise unwary walruses from the depths. With their predators equally determined and well-equipped, the seemingly relaxed walrus must remain ever ready in the unforgiving Arctic. From the tropical forests and grasslands of Southeast Asia to the dry savanna and arid regions of southern Africa, the cobra strikes fear into all that cross its path. And this is by design. The name cobra is derived from Portuguese for hooded snake. There are over 20 species of true hooded cobras spread across 2 continents. And it is this intimidating appendage that lends this snake its fearsome reputation. But the cobra's hood hides a secret weakness in this seemingly indomitable animal. While non-venomous snakes, such as boas and pythons, will grab their prey and squeeze them to death, cobras rely on venom to kill. With relatively small fangs and a slender build, cobras are more vulnerable during these hunts than their bigger, more muscular counterparts. Needing to bite down and hold on to their prey in order to deploy their deadly venom against smaller animals, this aggressive technique poses little danger to the cobra. But against larger game, such as rats or even other snakes, if the cobra fails to disable their quarry immediately, they can easily be injured or killed in the ensuing struggle. This is where the fearsome hood comes into play. Rearing up to display its characteristic flattened neck, the cobra appears bigger than it actually is, effectively bluffing its way out of dangerous situations. It is the dramatic impact of this unique display that has made the species a favorite of snake charmers. But some cobra species have another, more dangerous weapon in their defensive arsenal. While all venomous snakes secrete venom from their fangs, spitting cobras have modified this trait to launch long-range assaults. By contracting the venom glands, spitting cobras squeeze small amounts of venom at high pressure through their fangs. Enlarged fang holes direct the venom upward and outward, the snake simultaneously flaying its head to widen the target area of the spray. Projecting over 2 meters with lightning speed, the venom combines neurotoxins and cytotoxins, allowing it to damage nerve tissue and shut down individual cells. If this deadly spray is inhaled or comes into contact with a cut, it can cause serious damage. But the real target is the eyes, with the cobra seeking to blind its attacker. Predated upon in the wild by birds of prey, rival snakes and mongooses, for spitting cobras, this vicious defensive mechanism can be a lifesaver. So instinctive is this ability that baby snakes are able to spit immediately after hatching, and some species have been reported to spit even after death. Found throughout the Atlantic, Pacific and Indian Oceans, one species of fish has evolved its talent for spitting to be used in a variety of applications. Small and charismatic creatures, jawfish average just 10 centimeters in length. Occupying challenging terrain and ready to duck for cover at the slightest hint of danger, there are currently over 80 described species of jawfish, with more being discovered all the time. Exhibiting great variety in their appearance, they share the common attributes of enlarged heads, bulbous eyes, and cavernous mouths. The huge mouth of the jawfish is kept busy digging burrows. Spitting excavated material to one side, jawfish tunnel vertically into the sea floor in order to create cleverly engineered burrows. It is here they will spend the majority of their lives, safely ensconced from the ocean's myriad of predators. Scooping up mouthfuls of sand, pebbles and coral rubble into its enlarged mouth chamber, the jawfish contracts its gills to force the debris back out again. Narrowing the mouth opening creates increased pressure, allowing the jawfish to fire targeted debris at unwelcome intruders. Unable to either outswim or fight off the many predators that target them, jawfish are extremely vulnerable in the open water. Rarely venturing far from their burrows, their remarkable mouths are their greatest asset in preparing and maintaining a ready escape route. When danger has passed by, a jawfish will cautiously check that the coast is clear before re-emerging from the safety of their burrows. While their spitting is not an effective deterrent to predators, it can be used against fellow jawfish. Investing so much of their energy into digging and fastidiously cleaning their burrows, it is no surprise that jawfish are highly territorial. And when a rival crosses the boundary, the resident jawfish will accurately spit gravel in a sign of aggression to ward the intruder away. But the jawfish's reliance on its mouth does not end with digging and spitting, with the males of the species also practicing mouth brooding. Carefully incubating their eggs while holding them in their mouths, the fathers-to-be will open wide to aerate their young, foregoing food themselves until the newborns are hatched. day draws to a close, the jawfish retires to the safety of its burrow. Covering and perfectly concealing the entrance, they may sleep safely within. When it comes to stings, for most there is one animal that comes immediately to mind. Perhaps the best known member of the insect world, the bee. With close to 20,000 species and a distribution covering every continent except Antarctica, bees are a remarkably diverse group of insects. Not all bees make honey, and not all bees are able to sting. But for the many different varieties of honeybee, stinging is a vital defense mechanism in protecting this invaluable resource. As pollinating insects, bees are dependent on flowering plants for their survival, and vice versa. So while the bee's armory is not to be dismissed, it is the mutually beneficial relationship with their food source that has assured their survival, with plants and bees co-evolving for tens of millions of years. With the bees traveling from flower to flower, they transmit pollen from one plant to another, allowing the plants to make seeds and reproduce. For the bees' part, the pollen they collect is stored in their hives, where it becomes honey to feed the colony. And it is in defending this hive where the bee's sting is most useful. A honeybee stings using a modified egg depositor called an ovipositor. Barbed at the end, when the stinger enters its victim, it lodges, enabling venom to be pumped from the venom sac. This process triggers the release of alarm pheromones from the bee, drawing other bees to join the fight. While capable of repeatedly stinging thin-skinned animals, when it comes to thicker-skinned mammals, such as humans, the honeybee's barb is lodged tight, tearing loose from its abdomen and causing its death. However, the relentless sting lives on, pumping venom until its sac is completely drained. For bees, their sting is often a last resort, with their astonishing abilities in the air generally able to get them out of trouble. While it is a common misconception that bee flight defies the laws of physics, their aerial mastery is certainly uncanny. Flapping their wings approximately 230 times per second, bees are capable of attaining speed, height, precise maneuverability, and carrying relatively heavy loads. But for all their advantages, bees know a great many predators in the wild. Among them, their close relative, the ant. Seizing individual bees while foraging or raiding hives for the energy-rich honey stored inside, ants pose a constant threat to many species of bee. Social insects, the inspiring teamwork of honeybees is evidenced in their intricately structured, highly organized hives. With clear division of labor, shared care for the young, and complex communication networks, a healthy beehive is a perfect picture of harmonious living. While their sting remains a dangerous weapon, the bee's greatest asset is their ability to cooperate. In this episode, we have seen how spits and stings are incorporated in the animal world in equal part for attack and defense. The walrus has proven an unexpectedly frequent spitter during its underwater forays in search of clams and mussels. The cobra is unique among the snake world for its ability to fire venom from its fangs to blind would-be attackers. Jawfish feature enlarged mouths to accommodate their spitting habits in creating and protecting their homes. When it comes to stinging, bees employ their stinger in self-defense and to call on reinforcements when defending their hive. But stings come in a variety of forms, and for every stinging animal, there is a distinctive variation of the theme. Throughout almost the entirety of the world's vast ocean network, one of the most successful carnivores is also one of the most unassuming: the jellyfish. From the cold, sunless depths to warm tropical waters, the jellyfish drifts silent and dangerous throughout almost every ocean on the planet and reaches into many of its freshwater systems. With over 200 species, jellyfish are made up of a gelatinous or jelly-like body, which can pulsate to propel them through the water, trailing an array of tentacles behind. It is these tentacles that, in many species, provide both a potent form of self-defense and a powerful attack. Exhibiting a stripped-down anatomical design, jellies dispense with extravagances such as a stomach, intestines, or lungs, instead taking in nutrients and oxygen through their cells. And with the most basic nervous system of any multicellular animal, the jellyfish is built to simply kill, eat, and make more jellyfish, tasks it has proven highly successful at over millennia. With limited control over their movement, jellies are vulnerable to predation in the open water. However, the brutal stings of their tentacles afford great protection. And aside from sharks, sea turtles, and a handful of fish species, the most common jellyfish predator is other jellyfish. Trailing their deadly tentacles like dragnets, jellies practice a distinctively passive form of hunting, feeding on whatever drifts their way, be it fish, crustaceans, or plankton. Each jellyfish tentacle is packed with thousands of microscopic stinging threads called nematocysts. Triggered by touch, even lightly brushing against a jellyfish's tentacle builds pressure inside the nematocysts, causing them to uncoil. Millions of nematocysts fire into their victim, delivering paralyzing neurotoxic venom in less time than it takes to blink. Stinging is not the only weapon in the jelly's armory. Most jellyfish are transparent, making them almost invisible to both predators and prey within the water. But some species of jelly opt for the opposite tactic, employing bioluminescence to stand out, particularly in the dark ocean depths. The purpose of this mesmerizing chemical reaction is not fully understood, but it is understood to be a technique to startle and dissuade would-be predators. The Pacific man-o-war is not technically a jellyfish, but employs the same hunting tactic with a unique modification. Also known as the floating terror, this creature dangles its tentacles like fishing lines beneath a snail-shaped structure filled with gas, allowing it to hunt from the surface. An incredibly effective technique, it does place the man-o-war at the mercy of the winds, which can see them swept ashore in their thousands. The oldest multi-organ animal on the planet, the jellyfish's simple design and deadly stinging tentacles have allowed it to hunt the ocean for over 500 million years, a legacy that is set to continue. Seeming to combine the anatomy of several different animals into one, the echidna sports a blanket of porcupine-like spines that serve as its greatest defense asset. While far more timid than the dreaded snake woman of Greek mythology, after whom they were named, echidnas, like their namesake, combine the qualities of reptiles and mammals. Despite their superficial resemblance to anteaters and hedgehogs, echidnas are only one of two surviving members of the unique order of monotremes, or egg-laying mammals. Thus, the echidna's closest relative is another unlikely creature, the platypus. Found only in Australia and New Guinea, echidnas descend from an ancient aquatic ancestor and appear to have borrowed from a number of different animals as they evolved for life on the land. Sporting the elongated snout of an anteater, while female echidnas do lay eggs like reptiles, they also make use of a pouch similar to that of a kangaroo. But it is their dense coat of spiny armour that is their most distinctive acquisition, forming an overwhelming obstacle to their many predators. Targeted by snakes, monitor lizards, dingoes and more, the echidna's spikes are designed to wound or even blind anything that attempts to bite them. Up to 5 centimeters in length, the echidna's spikes are composed of the same material as human fingernails. Coating almost their entire body, when threatened, the echidna digs its vulnerable underside into the earth with its powerful legs, presenting an impenetrable morass of needles to its attacker. With relatively poor eyesight, the bulk of the echidna's diet is nonetheless made up of tiny ants and termites. Hunting with their highly sensitive snouts, not only are echidnas equipped with an excellent sense of smell, they also boast an array of electro-sensors. Detecting the faint electrical signals from insect bodies, echidnas are unexpectedly skillful hunters of their prey. While their short legs account for their distinctive waddling gait, echidnas are strong-limbed animals and employ their enlarged claws to dig out their food with tireless efficiency. And like a microscopic version of their hide, the echidna's long tongue is coated in tiny spines, making for an inescapably sticky appendage to slurp up their plentiful prey. Thanks in large part to their hardened hide, echidnas are able to live slow and long. Resistant to stress, echidnas have a slow metabolism, allowing them to make the most of their food. And with an average temperature of 32 degrees, echidnas have the lowest body temperature of any mammal. With remarkable longevity for their size, this mysterious armoured creature is rumoured to live almost half a century in the wild. Serene and graceful as they glide through the water, when threatened, the stingray packs a lethal punch. Most commonly found in the coastal shallows of temperate seas, there are about 200 species of stingray. A relative of the shark, stingrays exhibit a very different temperament. Preferring to keep a low profile, they spend much of their time blended almost seamlessly into the sea floor. But despite their tranquil nature, stingrays have become infamous for their potent weapon that trails behind them. Stingray tails carry up to 2 barbed stings, covering a thin sheath of skin where venom is concentrated. Whipping their tails, the sting punctures the attacker's body, tearing the sheath and allowing a potent cocktail of venom to enter the wound. Many stingray stings also feature serrated edges, meaning they cause massive tissue damage when retracted. With its venom remaining potent even after death, the stingray's sting is the stuff of legends, once believed capable of dissolving stone. And while the barbed spines of the tails have been used to fashion weapons such as daggers and spears, for the stingray, it is purely used in self-defense. Predated upon by sharks, seals, and large fish, the stingray is more than capable of warding off or indeed killing any would-be attackers. But their deadly tails are not the stingray's only means of protection. Working their flattened bodies beneath the sand, stingrays employ a highly efficient form of camouflage. With eyes situated atop their heads, they can keep watch for danger, and if spotted, will raise their barbed tails in the manner of a scorpion, reminding any would-be predators of the threat they pose. With skeletons made of cartilage rather than bone, the stingray is able to propel itself through the water by the distinctive wave-like undulations of its body. While stingrays do hunt for fish, the bulk of their diet is made up of creatures that many other ocean predators are simply unable to find. Targeting clams, crustaceans, and other small animals hidden from sight, stingrays utilize electroreceptors to pick up on the faint electric fields they generate. Using this sixth sense, stingrays scour the sea floor like flying metal detectors, digging out their hidden quarry and crushing through protective shells with their powerful mouthparts. A uniquely designed creature, the stingray has swum the ocean for 100 million years and is well equipped to continue. The true embodiment of a creepy crawly. The centipede is armed with a unique pair of poisonous stingers to paralyze its prey. With an estimated 8,000 species found in various habitats all over the world, the hardy centipede is an incredible survivor. But vulnerable to dehydration, it is in the moist jungle environment where centipedes are at their most abundant and most intimidating. Reaching lengths of 30 centimeters, centipedes are encased in a tough exoskeleton comprised of varying numbers of body segments, each with its own pair of legs. With leg numbers ranging from 30 to over 350, despite their name, no centipede has exactly 100 legs. Regardless of their number, their multitude of limbs grants them speed, dexterity, and exceptional climbing capabilities. Despite having poor eyesight, centipedes are highly successful predators, seeking out their prey with their finely attuned antennae. Primarily feeling their way over all kinds of terrain, the antennae are sensitive to vibration and are coated in chemoreceptors, granting the centipede superior senses of motion tracking and smell. Known as poison claws, the centipede's head is equipped with a unique set of modified fangs called forcipules. Fed by venom glands, these pincer-like appendages bite down on the centipede's prey, applying an almost unshakable grip while they deliver their paralyzing toxin. Existing on an almost exclusively carnivorous diet, once the centipede's prey is immobilized by its venom, they are able to consume it. Using their mouthparts to tear small portions at a time, centipedes patiently ingest their victims piece by piece. Generalist predators, centipedes will take on almost anything within their size range, meaning the bigger the centipede, the bigger their quarry. Large specimens, such as the giant Amazonian centipede, are able to widen their diet to include small birds, rodents, and lizards. Wrapping itself around its victim, it waits for its paralyzing venom to take effect before beginning the grisly process of eating. Although the centipede is among the world's largest land-based invertebrate predators, it is not immune from becoming prey itself. Targeted by mice, snakes, and spiders, with sufficient numbers, even smaller creatures such as ants can overpower an imprudent centipede. Should the centipede find itself in the grip of a predator, it has an emergency escape mechanism, able to break off and sacrifice a few legs to make its getaway. While they may have legs to spare, centipedes also have the ability to regenerate lost limbs, allowing this resilient creature to crawl on and fight another day. Spitting high-pressure jets of water at mollusks grants the walrus access to its most valued food source. Delivering venom through its fangs when hunting, the cobra can also spit their poison over 2 meters in self-defense. Spitting is vital to the survival of jawfish, allowing them to create and protect their burrow fortresses. The bee's sting not only deters potential threats, but releases an attack pheromone, calling for backup in the fight. Jellyfish's tentacles do not discriminate, automatically delivering their venom to anything they come in contact with. Echidnas are constantly protected by their densely packed needle-like armor. The power of the stingray's barbed tail and the potency of the venom is the stuff of legends. And the carnivorous centipede is granted access to a wide range of prey thanks to its paralyzing sting. Where we have evolved intellectually, animals continue to evolve physically, granting them the powerful weaponry found in the animal armory. Whether used in isolation or in combination, Ejection and Odor are potent instruments for luring and capturing prey. But that is just the beginning. In the animal armory, these remarkable abilities empower animals to use more diverse strategies, providing defense, deterrence, escape, and attraction. Throughout the ocean, cuttlefish evade their enemies by disappearing behind an ejection of ink. So repulsive is the skunk's odor that would-be predators have learned to avoid them almost altogether. Across the wide plains of the African savanna, the notorious hyena relies on odor to maintain cohesive packs. To survive in the inhospitable Arctic tundra, muskox employ their distinctive scent to mark trails and compete for mates.
Tasmanian devils are well known for their foul odor, but are now understood to utilize smell in a more surprising way. Male koalas depend on their scent glands as a first line of defense, warding off rivals from climbing into their territory. Both ejection and odor are used to devastating effect by the innovative and predatory bolus spider. And for the millipede, toxic odors are deployed in a form of chemical warfare, one that has the risk of backfiring. Among the most intelligent invertebrates on the planet, for the cuttlefish, even its ink ejections contain layers of complexity. Widely distributed throughout shallow temperate and tropical seas, the more than 120 species of cuttlefish are rarely obvious at first glance. But when they reveal themselves, they are seen to be creatures of remarkable diversity and even more remarkable abilities. Equipped with a bag of tricks and traps that would be the envy of most animals, perhaps their deadliest weapon is their intellect. With one of the largest brain-to-body ratios of all invertebrates, these judicious cephalopods know precisely which tool to use and when. Like their squid and octopus relatives, when cuttlefish are pursued by predators, they have a famous escape strategy. Releasing a cloud of ink, the threatened cuttlefish is briefly obscured from view, all the time it needs to make a speedy getaway. With the ink containing dopamine, it is thought to temporarily paralyze the sense of smell in predators that could otherwise hunt by scent. The underwater smoke screen is created by releasing ink from specialized sacs located between the gills. But the cuttlefish can also mix its ink with mucus to create smaller, denser clouds that approximate their shape and act as decoys. Confused predators mistakenly attack these decoys while the real cuttlefish darts away unscathed. Despite their odd appearance, cuttlefish are highly agile predators, feeding on crustaceans, octopuses, fish and other cuttlefish. While utilizing their mantle for jet propulsion, for the most part, cuttlefish rely on the short fin that surrounds their bodies. Resembling a bellowing skirt, this muscular fin provides maneuverability in almost any direction. Known as the chameleons of the sea, cuttlefish can alter their color as well as their texture to perfectly mimic their environment. So versatile is the cuttlefish skin that it can make flamboyant displays to scare off potential predators, or flash moving patterns to effectively mesmerize their prey. Often combining their inky ejections with their talent for camouflage and extreme maneuverability, within a split second, the cuttlefish can squirt a cloud of ink, change its color, and alter its direction, completely bamboozling pursuers. Well equipped to escape being preyed upon, cuttlefish also possess the tools to make aggressive predators. Opening their 8 arms and shooting out a pair of long, grabbing tentacles, they latch onto their victims with powerful sucker pads before pulling them into their beaks and paralyzing them with venom. The cuttlefish's unique cuttlebone is not actually a bone, but a porous internal shell. Providing an energy-efficient method for controlling their buoyancy, cuttlefish can adjust the levels of gas and water in the chambers of this shell in order to set their position in the water column. During mating cycles, the gathered males fight to win breeding rights with females. With the victor jealously standing guard over their prize, subordinate males can disguise themselves as females in order to sneak past the guard and gain access to the supposedly protected female. Research indicates that cuttlefish eyes are fully developed prior to birth, enabling baby cuttlefish to observe their surroundings while still in the egg. Upon hatching, it is speculated that the clever cuttlefish will excel in hunting those species it studied before emerging, giving newborn cuttlefish one more advantage in their already impressive armory. When it comes to ejections and odors, there is one animal whose reputation precedes them: the skunk. The skunk family includes 10 different species, and except for the 2 varieties of Asian stink badgers, all are found in the Americas, ranging across a variety of wooded and grassland habitats from Canada to South America. With each species displaying its own variation of patterns, most skunks feature a bold and distinctive black and white coloration. Seeking to stand out rather than blend in, the skunk advertises its pungent potential as an early warning system to predators. Following the changes in season across their wide range, skunks exhibit an equally wide diet. As omnivores, they consume both plant and animal matter and are able to adapt to feed on whatever is available. Despite poor vision limiting their view to just 3 meters, they more than compensate with heightened senses of hearing and smell, and are almost always able to find a meal. Thanks to their potent, weaponized odor, predators have learnt to give skunks a wide berth. When little other food is available, canine species such as wolves or foxes may risk taking on a skunk, but such attacks are rare. The only regular danger to skunks is the great horned owl, which is capable of swooping in with such stealth that they can dispatch the unsuspecting skunk before it can discharge its heinous aroma. With a pair of highly developed scent glands on either side of their anus, skunks produce an oily liquid made up of chemicals known as thiols. Turning away from their threat, muscles around the skunk's scent glands contract to project their nauseating thiol spray with great accuracy to a range of 3 meters. The stinking mist of the skunk's scent bomb is so foul that even the relatively insensitive human nose can detect it from over a kilometer away. And because thiols are a volatile chemical compound, they decompose slowly, lingering on any surface they touch for days. Defying attempts at removal, this chemical mixture is so powerful that it can cause skin irritation and even temporary blindness. Carrying enough of the rank liquid for approximately 5 doses, it can take 10 days to produce another supply, leaving the skunk defenseless in the meantime. In an effort to ward aggressors away, skunks will engage in elaborate threat displays, giving their victim every chance to back down before firing their spray as a last resort. Mothers are more trigger-happy with their spray. With male skunks playing no role in parenting, it is down to the females to protect their young. Firing at the slightest sign of danger, mother skunks are fierce guardians, ensuring the next generation can grow to carry on the potent legacy of their species. For Africa's most common large carnivore, the hyena, odor is an indispensable tool of their trade. Ranging across continental Africa, there are 4 distinctive species of hyena, the largest and most prominent of which is the spotted hyena. Frequently perceived as cowardly or lowly animals, spotted hyenas are lumped in with the scavengers of the savannah. And while they are not shy about opportunistically feeding on carrion, spotted hyenas are actually highly skilled hunters, obtaining the vast majority of their meat from their own kills. Their use of odor, while not yet fully understood, is an important component of their collaborative success. Also known as the laughing hyena for their eerie vocalizations, spotted hyenas are not only the most social of the hyenid family, but the most social of all carnivores. With large group sizes and complex female-led social hierarchies, these collective killers depend on precise communication for their success. More effective than language, it is their odors that do the talking. Instead of urination, hyenas deposit a strong-smelling paste-like secretion on grass stalks throughout their range. Beyond simply marking territorial boundaries, individual hyenas use these deposits to communicate key information, including their sex, family group, and reproductive status. Fed by anal and sebaceous glands, a large patch of naked skin beneath the hyena's tail produces a pungent paste. Carrying bacterial and chemical signatures unique to the individual hyena, the paste is used for communication and territorial marking, with some hyena species able to spray their secretions to dismay would-be attackers. Despite their heavy, bear-like builds, spotted hyenas are adept runners and can reach speeds of up to 60 kilometers an hour. Working seamlessly as a team, groups of spotted hyena will engage in prolonged endurance chases, wearing their quarry down over vast distances. Renowned for their strong bite, hyenas attack with their teeth rather than their paws, and together can devour an entire kill, bones and all, in under half an hour. Capable of planning ahead, spotted hyenas may also elect to store food for later consumption. Competing with lions and other big cats, hyenas will seek to drive them off their kills, hoping to claim the meat for themselves. Frequently fighting over the same territories and hunting the same prey, hyenas actively attempt to kill off the young of their enemies. For the same reason, hyena cubs are vulnerable to attacks from big cats and are closely guarded by their mothers. Primarily nocturnal creatures, hyenas are most active at night, where their attuned eyesight is aided by their superior sense of smell. A source of fear among many traditional cultures, Arab folklore tells of hyenas having the power to mesmerize victims with their pheromones. Given the significance of odor to the hyena, there may be something to the legend. The Arctic, a harsh, unforgiving landscape characterized by its cool, fleeting summers and notorious for its seamlessly endless frozen winters. Here, it takes grit and resourcefulness to survive. Attributes the imposing muskox has in spades. And as their name suggests, odor is a significant factor in their substance. Occupying primary ranges across the Canadian Arctic and Greenland, no other hooved animal lives as far north as the muskox. More closely related to sheep and goats than oxen, they are nonetheless built to withstand the challenges of their frigid landscape. Most obvious in their armory is their trademark outer coat of long, shaggy guard hair, providing the muskox protection from the elements year-round. A shorter undercoat is grown seasonally for added insulation during winter, while still tipping the scales at around 300 kilograms. So dense is the musk ox's coat that it conceals a somewhat slender build underneath.
Living in small herds, the collective mentality of the muskox provides perhaps their most important advantage in the Arctic, and scent is a vital part of herd living. Using pre-orbital glands around their eyes, musk ox leave odor markers along their trails, allowing herd members to locate one another when visual contact is lost. Odor plays a very different role during the fierce male dominance contests of the breeding season. Located around the genitals, the male's preputial glands produce the rank-smelling pheromone from which the musk ox takes its name. Using their urine to distribute the scent over their abdominal fur, the bull simultaneously marks his territory against rival males and advertises his potency to females. While the bulls are the aggressors during the breeding season, for the most part, it is the cows that lead the herd. Depending on their fat reserves to successfully gestate their young and to see them through the scarce winter months, it is essential that female muskox make the most of feeding opportunities while they last. Constantly on the move, the cows decide where the herd travels. Favoring the nutritious plants and grasses of the wet lowland areas, they bolster their fat reserves for the bleak months ahead. When the merciless winter sets in, the herds migrate to higher ground. Here, the strong winds that rake the exposed terrain prevent snow from settling too deeply, and the muskox can use their enlarged, powerful hooves to uncover the roots and lichen that will sustain them throughout this most brutal season. The odd squabble aside, the herds are less active during this period, conserving energy and maintaining a collective vigil for danger. Thanks to their size and dangerous curved horns, the muskox has few predators to contend with in the Arctic. While polar bears may loom large, Arctic wolves are the primary concern, thought to account for up to half of all musk ox fatalities. But a tight-knit herd, linked together in great part by their use of odor, will draw ranks in order to protect their most vulnerable members and see them through to another summer. Within the animal armory, the multiple applications of ejection and odor have more than proven their worth. We have seen the intelligent predatory cuttlefish use ejection to escape predators of its own. Skunks have weaponized their overpowering odors, ejecting them to a range of 3 meters. More hunter than scavenger, the spotted hyena is a communal carnivore, relying on scent to maintain order within the pack.
musk ox bulls use their heady aromas to advertise their virility to females and announce challenges to rival males. Now we will see how Odor has deepened our understanding of fearsome Tasmanian devils, revealing their softer side. Koalas, on the other hand, use Odor in a more hostile manner, warning away unwanted intruders. Bowler spiders employ their copycat pheromones to draw unsuspecting victims into their unique glue-like ejections. And the millipede's caustic secretions not only have an unappetizing aroma, but can burn unwary predators. So named for their vicious temperament, foul-smelling and unearthly screeches. The true nature of the Tasmanian devil is only recently becoming understood, and Odor plays a key role in their surprisingly complex behavior. Found only on Australia's isolated island state of Tasmania, Tasmanian devils are marsupial mammals, meaning they carry their young in a pouch. Despite being the size of a small dog, they are the largest marsupial carnivores on Earth. Often heralded by a distinctively fetid smell, these diminutive predators are widely feared for their ferocity and impressive strength. The Tassie Devil's famous gape puts its imposing array of teeth on full display. Far from a welcoming gesture, it is not the aggressive performance it appears to be, instead communicating fear on the part of the devil. Another sign of a stressed devil is their smell. Emitting an offensive odor when threatened, early European settlers took this to be the devil's natural aroma, when in fact a calm and relaxed Tasmanian devil is not smelly at all. Unless feeding, Tassie devils are generally seen as solitary creatures, but this too is a misconception. In fact, vast and complex networks of devils occupy expansive home ranges spread across thousands of acres. With a highly attuned sense of smell, the devils rely on scent to communicate their comings and goings, minimizing conflict with their shared territories as each devil maintains their own personal space. Specialized anal scent glands produce an oily liquid serving as each devil's unique scent signature. Marking or signing their trails with their scent, networks of devils maintain a constant awareness of each other's movements and well-being without direct contact. While more multifaceted than their rancorous reputation gives them credit for, the Tasmanian devil remains an unruly beast. Feeding provides a rare opportunity for face-to-face interaction. But while it is a social affair, it is hardly sociable. Emitting horrendous cries heard from kilometers away, other devils within the range are called in to enjoy the feast. But an invitation is no cause for politeness, and excited squabbling is common during the meal,
with adult males being the most frequent aggressors. Faster than their stocky build suggests, Tasmanian devils are capable hunters, taking down prey much greater in size than they are. However, carrion and roadkill make for easier meals, and scavenging provides the majority of their diet. Their enlarged heads generate one of the most proportionately powerful bites in the animal kingdom. With sufficient force to sever thick metal wire, chewing through bone is an easy task for a Tasmanian devil, and they can devour all trace of a corpse with ease. With no predators on their island home, the devils have no need for a quick getaway and will gorge themselves when the opportunity arises, consuming up to 40% of their own body weight within half an hour. Despite a lack of predators, Tassie devils face a range of threats in the wild, and their population is in decline. Their usage of odor is helping shed light on previously unrecognized behaviors. And now that they find themselves on the endangered list, it seems these misunderstood marsupials require sympathy for the devil. Living among the trees and surviving on a diet poisonous to most other animals, the koala is an Australian anomaly with a host of unique adaptations. Found throughout eastern Australia's wooded coastal areas, the iconic koala bear is not a bear at all, but a marsupial, or pouched mammal. Equipped to scale eucalyptus trees and eke out a living from their highly toxic and nutritionally poor leaves, they are armed with the tools to successfully exploit a niche in their environment. While not immediately apparent, odor is significant among these tools. Facing little competition over their preferred food source, for the simple reason that it would kill other animals, the koala's specialized digestive system creates a bacteria to neutralize the eucalyptus poison, while an elongated gut breaks down the tough leaves. Scent also plays an important role, with a koala's highly sensitive nose detecting fluctuations in toxicity among the leaves. It is ensured that they do not bite off more than they can safely chew. With a metabolic rate half that of a typical mammal's, it is vital that koalas conserve their limited energy resources. To resolve this problem, the solution is simple: sleep, and lots of it. Safe from predators on the ground, koalas in their aerial perches have the remarkable ability to slumber up to 22 hours a day. During their waking hours,
koalas are surprisingly mobile. Needing to eat around 1 kilogram of leaves a day, they must change trees frequently and are often forced to cover considerable distance on the ground when an area's resources become depleted. Vulnerable to predators such as dingoes, these forays on terra firma are highly dangerous for koalas and are generally kept to a minimum. But adult males can be driven to riskier journeys when searching for a mate. With the scent glands exposed through hairless patches on their chests, male koalas produce a secretion containing a complex chemical mixture of over 40 compounds. Depositing this odor around the tree trunk as he climbs, the male simultaneously stakes his claim to the tree whilst advertising his presence to any females in the area. Despite a cuddly appearance, koalas are asocial creatures, and for the most part, the only two koalas that tolerate each other are mothers and their babies. With poor eyesight, odor marking provides an unmissable warning sign for this assertively solitary species, keeping physical disputes to a minimum and thus preserving their limited energy. Coated in the most insulated fur of any marsupial, koalas are effectively shielded against the extremes of the Australian climate. While the white fur on their bellies can reflect solar radiation during heat waves, they are also highly resistant to wind and rain. When the cold does set in, koalas will curl into tight balls in order to stay warm and conserve energy. Eating an otherwise toxic food source has its advantages. Consuming such volumes of eucalyptus leaves, koalas have taken on a distinctive odor from their oil, similar to that of cough drops. Thus, they are afforded a natural insect repellent and are rarely affected by external parasites. And because the leaves have a high water content, koalas rarely need to drink, avoiding dangerous trips to the ground unless it is absolutely necessary. Nocturnal animals, much of the koala's life is hidden from sight. With their proclivity for sleep and a cute teddy bear facade, the hardship of the koala's existence and their adaptations to meet their challenges are easy to overlook. But in the animal armory, looks are deceiving. And just as their use of odor remains widely unrecognized, the koala's cuteness belies the rugged survivor beneath. Throughout a range of wooded habitats across Africa, America, and Australasia, is to be found over 60 species of tiny spider employing an ingenious combination of odor and ejection. So effective is the bowler spider's deceptive techniques for luring and capturing their prey that they don't even need a web. Nocturnal creatures, each species of bowler spider is dedicated to hunting its own particular species of moth. Beginning by building a horizontal trapeze line the cunning spider will hang motionless while emitting an odor that perfectly matches the sex pheromone of the moth they feed on. Dangling their bolus, a sticky capture blob of silk, they await the arrival of their unsuspecting prey. Also known as angling spiders for their resemblance to fishermen, when the approaching wing beats of a moth are detected, they swing their line and effectively hook their meal. Known as aggressive chemical mimicry, the bolus spider emits a cocktail of chemicals to simulate the sex pheromones of their desired species of moth. The bolus itself is a complex structure consisting of flexible protein fibers and dual-layered viscous droplets to form an adhesive ball. Once ensnared, the helpless moth is reeled in and dispatched with a venomous bite. Quickly binding their prey in swathes of silk, the meal is strung up for later consumption, allowing the spider to return to the hunt. Altering the false pheromones that they emit over the course of the night, these exceptional spiders precisely adjust their alluring odor in order to maximize their catch. Descended from one of the first animals to breathe air, millipedes carry on an ancient lineage, with odor forming the cornerstone of an armory that has withstood the test of time. Occupying almost all terrestrial habitats, millipedes are extremely resilient and resourceful invertebrates. While the name of these armor-plated creepy crawlies derives from the Latin for 1,000 feet, no known millipede actually has this many legs. Exhibiting a wide variety of shapes and sizes, millipedes are distinguished by carrying 2 pairs of legs per body segment. But that's not all their bodies carry, with many species equipped with stink glands running the length of their flanks. A robust and diverse species, there are approximately 12,000 types of millipede, each with a unique set of tools and skills to thrive within their given environment. With a preference for the moist conditions of the forest undergrowth, many millipede species do just as well on the dry desert sands. The first animals to colonize the land, the fossil record shows that millipedes emerged from the water and adapted to breathe air over 400 million years ago, a significant head start in evolving their odorous defenses. Millipedes are primarily detritivores, consuming dead plant matter such as decaying leaves. A clever dietary adaptation, it provides an abundant food source in most habitats and means that millipedes serve an important role in aiding decomposition within their ecosystems. But moving slowly through the undergrowth, their diet places millipedes at risk of predation, and they rely heavily on their stinky emissions for protection. Lacking pincers for fighting, millipedes do not possess a sting, and their bite is good for little more than munching on leaf litter. Opting for neither flight nor fight, most threatened millipedes will curl into a ball, protecting their soft belly with their hardened exoskeleton. This defensive posture can be held until the attacker loses interest, persuaded in no small measure by the millipede's off-putting and even poisonous secretions. Microscopic stink glands, known as ozospores, run along the sides of the millipede's body. Releasing a mixture of irritants and toxic chemicals, the ozospores' secretions not only emit foul-smelling and tasting odors, but can burn the exoskeletons of insects, as well as the eyes and skin of larger predators. As effective as the millipede's hazardous ejections may be, they are not foolproof. Crafty predators such as meerkats have learned to flip millipedes around in order to remove their defensive discharge before eating them. And in some cases, the millipede's chemical warfare has completely backfired, with primates deliberately antagonizing the poor creatures before using their secretions as insect repellent. Despite their odorous defenses having an Achilles heel, the indomitable millipede has more legs to stand on and continues to maintain a stronghold in its vast and diverse territories around the world. The crafty cuttlefish utilizes a range of tactics to hunt in the ocean, its inky ejections keeping it safe when the tables are turned. Combining ejection and odor, the skunk can fire its sickening stink with practiced precision. More than the scavengers they are made out to be, hyenas employ odor as a means of communication in their complex societies. Musk ox endure the unforgiving Arctic, using scent to establish breeding rights and to mark the way for the herd. For the ferocious Tasmanian devil, odor has only recently been revealed to maintain their secretive societies. More aggressive than they appear, male koalas intimidate rivals by marking their territories with secretions from their chests. An aromatic arachnid, the bolus spider lures prey by mimicking their pheromones before ensnaring them with a unique ejection. And the ancient millipede deters and even injures would-be predators with a noxious discharge. Where we have evolved intellectually, animals keep adapting physically, granting them the powerful weaponry found in the animal armory.